talk about what you're saying in chat, because we don't like to talk about real names. We like to talk about usernames, or rather, whatever username that you like to choose. All right, so we're live now, and we can find ourselves over at youtube.com over here. So let me grab that link. So if you want to take a look at the live stream, you can do it over here. And I'll just paste that to all the places. Okay, so let's learn about web app hacking. So over here. All right, so this is HackerFrogs AfterSchool over the wire. We're taking a look at the Natas challenge. This is part 2. This is the second workshop in our Intro to Web App Hacking course. Let's take a few moments to review the concepts we learned in the previous workshop. So we took a look at directory indexing, sometimes called directory listing. And directory indexing is a vulnerability on websites that allows users to see the file contents of web directories, which can lead to sensitive data exposed to arbitrary website visitors. So sometimes the directories on these websites, they're open, which means that anybody can take a look at the entirety of what's inside the directory. This is a big web security no-no. We also learned about robots.txt. Robots.txt is a special file included on certain websites that indicate which files on the site can and cannot be indexed by the search engines, so otherwise known as search engine robots. It can be abused to point malicious users to sensitive parts of the website, so that's robots.txt. So we're going to continue where we left off with the Natas CTF game at the following URL, which is natas4.natas.labs.overthewire.org. So let me grab that URL. So it's natas4. And this is going to ask us for a username and a password. So let me get the link for everybody. And we also have our session notes over here. So if you want to take a look at all the different things that we're looking at today, you're going to want to look at the session notes file that I just linked to everybody. It should say at the end there session02.md. And we see here that there's inside the GitHub file over here, there are the username and passwords for these Natas levels. So we've got Natas4, the username is Natas4, and the password is this. So go ahead and go to the session02.md page, and down below Natas level 4, there's the password. I would like you to copy that password, and then go over to the Natas4 page over here, and put in the username Natas4 and the password. You paste in the password that you just copied from the other GitHub page. Then click on Sign In. Okay, so everybody, if you're able to see this page here, it says Access Disallowed. It says Natas4 over here. If you've managed to successfully log into that page, please type in the chat Natas4 smiley face. If you're having trouble logging into the page, please let us know that you're having trouble and we'll try to help you out. Once again, the passwords are going to be on this GitHub page. And on the GitHub page, scroll down to Natas level 4, and the password is going to be here. Just copy it. And then go over to the Natas level 4 page and log in. All right, so once again, if you're having trouble logging in, please let us know in the chat and we'll try to help you out. But let's take a look at what's going on this page. So it says on the page, access disallowed. You are visiting from this right here. This is known as an empty string, which means that it's basically blank. While authorized users should come only from this URL over here. So does anybody know what this could be referring to? And oh, I see that user D has arrived in the Zoom call. And user D, might I remind you, we're doing some web app security exercises. Please use your Brave browser, because it seems that I remember that your other browser was having trouble accessing HTTP source. So please use the Brave browser, user D. All right. So we see here, access disallowed. You're visiting from blank, while authorized users should only come from http://natus5.natus.labs.overthewire.org. If anybody knows what this is referring to, please type it in the chat. And let me get user D caught up to everybody else. So what we're doing is we're accessing Natus level 4, and in the GitHub link right over here, there's the link for Natus level 4 here, the username and the password. So please log into Natus level 4 with this username and this password over here. Okay. So everybody, I think nobody here is familiar with what the page is talking about. So I'm just going to talk about what we're going to be talking about today. And we're going to be talking about this topic right here. It's called HTTP headers. So what is this? Each time a web browser accesses a web page, the browser makes an HTTP request to the server that hosts the page. So the web browser has to make a request to the server, and then the server is going to send back the information that has the web page. In each HTTP request, several headers and their values are passed along to the server to ensure that the browser and server can communicate properly. So some examples of HTTP headers and what info they provide to the web server are these ones over here. So there's the host header, the user agent header, and the accept header. The host header is going to indicate the website that is being contacted, for example, natus4.overthewire.org. The user agent header is going to be the type of browser that is making the request. For example, the Chrome browser or the Firefox browser, etc. And the accept header over here is going to be the type of data that should be sent in response to your request. For example, we could have the accept header as */*, which is any type of data. So what does this actually look like? We can take a look over. So I'm using Kali Linux, which is a type of cybersecurity distribution of Linux. So what I can do is I can use this command right here. So curl is the command that we can use to retrieve web pages from the terminal. And I'm going to retrieve, let's just say I retrieve example.com. So let me just, so HTTP example.com. So I send this request over here. And when I send the request, I'm sending a bunch of different headers over here. So the host header, we've got our IP addresses, we have our user agent, which is the type of browser that we're using. So in this case, we're using the curl program. What kind of data we're going to accept, which in this case is anything, which is ***. So we also get, so after this is our HTTP response. So the server sends us a response. It says, OK, 200 means OK, and it's going to send us a bunch of different headers in response. Let's talk a little bit more about that. Okay, so please keep in mind that because HTTP headers can be modified by the user before being sent, that means that the values of any HTTP headers could be spoofed. So when we say spoofed, we means we could falsify it or we could modify it, although default web browser behavior doesn't allow this. Particle to Do in Twitch says, hello, Particle to Do, nice to see you. We're just doing our web app security class. This is session number 2, and we're learning about HTTP headers today. So what we're referring to in this particular Nadas challenge is we're talking about a special HTTP header that's called the refer header. The HTTP refer header, which is misspelled on purpose for some reason, contains the value of a complete or partial address of the web page that is making the request. So basically, the refer header tells the website what page we're coming from to arrive at this website. So this allows the web page to identify which web page users are visiting it from. The data from this header can be useful for analytics and logging, etc. However, some developers attempt to use the value of the refer header as a type of security mechanism for which it was not designed. So we just talked about the curl program, and we can use the curl program to send custom headers to websites. So the curl program is a command line interfaced app that is common to all major computer operating systems. So everybody in the Zoom call, can you tell me what kind of computer you're using? Are you using Windows or are you using Mac? So if you're using Windows, type Windows in the chat, and if you're using Mac, please type Mac. Okay, so I see some people, they say that they're using Macs, okay. All right, so to the people who, I think we're going to be using our terminal today. So if you don't know how to open up your terminal in your computer, please let us know in the chat. And also, Particle Doodoo is using Windows. Thank you very much. Okay, so usually if you're using Windows, you would go down to the search bar and you would type in the word CMD. I think in Mac, you can go to your Finder and type in the word terminal and hit enter, and you should be able to open up a terminal. So your terminal is going to look something like this. Let me make this smaller. Something like this. And in the terminal, if you're using Windows, it's going to say Microsoft Windows when you open it up. And if you're using Mac, I'm not sure what it says when you use a Mac terminal. But the Mac terminal, I think you can... Let me ask ChatGPT real quick. So, how do you open the terminal in Mac OS? Okay, so you can press Command and space to open Spotlight, type in the word terminal, and press return. So if you have your terminal open, please type in the chat, terminal open, smiley face. And if you're having trouble, please let us know as well. So we can do... So on Mac OS as well as Windows, you all have the curl program. So you can do curl-vv for very verbose output, and then you can do example.com, and that's going to get you the contents of the example.com website. Once again, if you're having trouble, please let us know in the chat, and we'll try to help you out. So the curl command is a command line interface program that is common to all major computer operating systems. So the program allows for access to web pages from the CLI. So CLI means command line interface, but only returns text such as HTML code. So you can get the text from the website, but you won't be able to see any of the graphics. This app allows for modification of various HTTP variables, which normal web browsers are not capable of unless modified. So we're going to use a special curl command to access the website. And so we've got curl, which is the command itself. Number 2, we've got the -v, which stands for very verbose output. This is a switch. And we've got a header argument over here, -h. And we're going to give a refer to, well, actually, let's just do the regular access first. So over at the GitHub page, so let me copy this and provide it to everybody here, just in case you misplaced it. You can go down to Natus level 4, and you can look at the curl command over here. So the curl command, what I want you to do is just copy the curl command right here, and then go over to your terminal. In your terminal, I want you to paste in the command. So just right-click. So in Windows, you just right-click and it's going to paste it in for you. But I think in Mac OS, you can right-click and paste it in as well. If you can't paste it in that way, try using the keyboard shortcut Control-Shift-V to paste it in. Once again, if you're having trouble, please let us know in the chat and we'll try to help you out. So we see here we've got a curl command. It's very verbose. And here we're supplying a user. So the user is going to be Natus4 with this password. This is what this part of the command is doing. And then the last thing that we provide is the name of the website we want to access, which is HTTP Natus4 natuslabs.overthewire.org. So after you've pasted in the command, you can hit enter to enter the command. You can hit enter. Okay. It didn't want to go for some reason. All right, so when we send the command, we see that we've got all of our HTTP headers that we're sending, such as host, authorization, user agent, accept. And we see the response over here, HTTP 200 OK, and then along with the date and the server and the content length. And this is basically all of the web page code that is sent back to us. So we get the same message over here. Access disallowed. You're visiting from empty string, while authorized users should come only from this URL right here. So what we can do is we can actually use curl to give this particular HTTP header that the web page wants. So it wants refer is this website right here. So we can go back to our GitHub page, and on our GitHub page, we can give the solution command over here. So the solution command is curl, and this is the same kind of curl command that we gave in the last command, except it has one extra feature, which is this -H and then refer. So this is going to give an extra header to this request, which is refer and natus.5.labs.overthewire.org. This is what the website wants. And then finally, we refer to the web page that we want to access, which is Natus4. So just copy that, then go back to your terminal. In the terminal, paste in the command. Okay, let me do this one more time. Copy it, and then go to your terminal. Then paste in the command over here. So this is the same as the last command, only we're giving a header. Okay, and then hit enter to run the command. Okay, so we see here in the, if we scroll up, we see that among the different headers that we supplied to the website, we also supplied this refer header. So the refer is this website right here, natis5.natis.labs.overthewire.org. So this is what the website wanted. If we scroll down, we see this message. Access granted. The password for Natis5 is this. So all we need to do to go to the next level is copy this text and then go over to your web browser. Then adjust the address so that it says Natis5 instead of Natis4. The username is going to be Natis4. Oh no, it's going to be Natis5. And the password is going to be the password you just got. So just paste it in and click on sign in. Okay, so everybody, if you manage to log into Natis5 and you see this message, access disallowed, please type in the chat, I got into Natis5, smiley face. And once again, if you're having trouble, please let us know in the chat and we'll try to help you out. Okay, great. All right, so we can keep on going. Okay, so before we start talking about the next topic, let's take a look at the Natis5 website. So it says access disallowed. You are not logged in. So does anybody here know what we need to get from a web server before we can log into a website? So in order to log into a website, we need a certain thing in our web browser, or we need to send a certain thing with our HTTP request. Does anybody know what we need to send with our request to log into a website? So the message we get is access disallowed. You are not logged in. Particle to do says a post request. So we usually make a post request to do a login. That is correct. But we need to get a certain thing from the web server before we're actually logged into a website. And let me explain. So we're talking about HTTP cookies, or otherwise known as HTTP cookie headers. So another extremely common HTTP header is the cookie header, which is used to retain user settings or establish or maintain a user session on a website. So you might have heard a lot of different things about cookies and whether or not cookies are tracking you, or cookies they stay around forever, or you're supposed to clear your cookies. But we're talking about these cookies, and the cookies basically are little bits of information that you can send along with your HTTP requests in order to get some special interactions with websites. So for example, a website has a button on it, and it's got user preferences. There's a user preference page where you can set the web page background for that website. So maybe there's a page where you can set your background to blue or yellow or red, and after you click on one of those colors, the server is going to send you a cookie that's going to remember what color that you selected. And each time you make a request to that website, you're going to send that cookie, and that's going to keep the background color on the website the same because you selected it. Once the color is selected, the web server will send a cookie to the web browser to be used anytime the website is visited, changing the website's background colors to whatever is specified in the cookie. So similarly, when a user successfully logs into a website, the web server will send the web browser a cookie that identifies which user session is being used, and the browser will use that cookie each time the website is accessed. So say you log into Facebook or Gmail. So each time you make a request, after you've logged in, each time you send a request to Facebook or Gmail, you're going to send that cookie along with your request so that the web server remembers which user you are, and it's going to send you different information depending on which cookie you send it. Any cookie that is used for user sessions has the potential for security abuse. So it's important that the cookie values created for user sessions are not predictable at all. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about how we can modify cookies. And we actually don't need to use the CLI to modify cookies. You can access cookies from your web browser. So if you go over to Natus Level 5, you're going to see that in your web browser, there are certain developer tools that you can access. So I'm using Firefox. It might be slightly different for whatever browser you're using, but there should be a button in the corner. And when you click on the button, so it might look like, so this is what is called a hamburger button over here. It's basically a button that opens up a little menu, and you can scroll down, and there's going to be something that might say something like more tools. You can click on that, and you might see something that says web developer tools. So you want to click on that button. We're going to cancel. Okay. All right, so if you manage to successfully open up your web developer tools, please type in the chat, I got the tools. So another thing you could try is you could also use the F12 button on your keyboard. If your keyboard has a bunch of F keys at the top of the keyboard, you can press the F12 button, and that should open up your developer tools as well. There should be a keyboard shortcut. If you're having trouble opening up the tools, please let us know, and please let us know which browser you're using, and we can help you open up the developer tools. Opera GX. Okay, so one user is using Opera GX, and let's ask ChatGPT, what is the keyboard shortcut for developer tools in Opera GX? Okay, so it should be Command Option I. So the Command key, the Option key, and the I key. So I think your user BD says that they're using Opera GX, and I think they're also on a Mac. So you would do Command Option I. So go ahead and try that keyboard shortcut. If you're still having trouble, please let us know. Okay, so user BD says it worked. Great. All right, so afterwards, there's going to be a bunch of different tabs over here. What I want you to do is I want you to navigate over to the storage tab. So there's going to be a bunch of tabs, inspector, console, debugger, etc., etc. There should be one labeled storage. I want you to click on that tab. And so sometimes the developer tools are not going to be on the bottom of the screen. They might be on the left side or the right side. Either way, I want you to locate the storage tab and click on it. And then you're going to see something open up like this. So there's going to be a tab called cache storage, one called cookies, one called something else, local storage, session storage. I want you to click on the one called cookies, and then I want you to click on the website, which is Natus 5. Just click on that, and you should see some different cookies inside. So the cookies are going to say there's going to be one called underscore G, and then another one called underscore G, and there's going to be one called logged in. So if you see the logged in cookie over here, I want you to first click on the row over here, and then double click on the value. So the value over here is 0. So 0, does anybody remember from Python? So we did a Python class. 0 and 1 have special meanings. What does 0 mean in programmer speak? And what does 1 mean in programmer speak? Do you remember? Okay, so user particle to do from Twitch says true and false. So the numbers 0 and 1 also correspond to the words false and true, respectively. So 0 is false and 1 is true. So if we see a logged in cookie and the value is 0, that means logged in equals false. So what can we do to this value? So we can modify the value. So what value is going to let us log in to the website? So value is 0. We can modify the value and we can log into the website. But which value do we need to modify this to? Okay, so user particle to do also says that we should switch this to 1. So we can double click on the value inside the web developer tools and we can modify the value from 0 to 1. So just double click on the little cell over here and then modify this from 0 to 1, hit enter. And then this means that the value has changed. The cookie value changed. All we need to do to see the effect is to reload the page. So usually there's a button over here called reload the page. There's a keyboard shortcut, it's Control R. Hit the reload button and then we get access to the web page because we changed the cookie and we have a valid cookie now. It says access granted. The password for Nata 6 is this over here. So this isn't the end of this level. We're going to demonstrate how we can do this with the curl command. So back over at GitHub, and remember GitHub is over here. So underneath Natus level 5, we've got our curl command. So just copy the curl command. So this is the curl command, not the solution command. So just copy that and then go over to your terminal. In the terminal, paste in your command and then hit enter to run the command. So this is the same as the curl command for the last level. We're supplying a username over here. This time it's user natus5 along with the password, and we're accessing Natus level 5. So hit enter. And it says access disallowed, you're not logged in. If we go up to the top, we see here these are the HTTP headers that we send with the request. But in response, we get these. So HTTP 200 OK, the date, the server. It also gives us a cookie. So it says set cookie logged in equals 0. So a cookie is given to us and we see that logged in equals 0. So what we can do to get access is we can send our own request, but with a cookie with logged in equals 1. And we can do that with the other command in GitHub over here, which is the solution command. So just grab it and copy it. So how is this command different? So the difference is we're supplying a cookie along with our request in this command. So it's -- cookie and then the value of the cookie between the quotes over here, which is logged in equals 1. So just copy that. Then go over to your terminal. In the terminal, it didn't copy. Let me grab that again. Why doesn't it want to copy? Copy it, copy it, copy it. Okay. So we've pasted in our command. Cookie is set to logged in equals 1, which is true. Hit enter. And then this time, access granted, the password for Nata 6 is this. Remember that in our request over here, we supplied a cookie, which is cookie logged in equals 1. So we can finish the level. So to finish the level, just copy the password over here and then go over to Natus level 5 and log in to Natus level 6. So just adjust the address over here, supply the username Natus 6, and paste in the password. Then click sign in, and you should see Natus level 6. So it should say Natus 6 and then input secret. So if you manage to finish and log into Natus level 6, please type in the chat, Natus 6, I'm in, smiley face. So once again, if you're having troubles, please let us know, and we'll try to help you out. Particle Dedu says, I'm in, and I finished level 7 also. Well, you're getting ahead of the class. Okay. Let's see. User D says it won't let me sign in. So which are you talking about? Natus level 6? So if you have the right password, why don't you try, well, you remember you have to put in the username Natus 6. So try it again, Natus 6, and then paste in the password, and let us know if you're able to log in. No, didn't work? Okay. So why don't you do this? So go back to Natus level 5, and Natus level 5 just... So if on Natus level 5 you already have this message, then you can copy the password and then go over to Natus level 6. If you don't, remember you can go over to the developer tools. In the developer tools, click on storage, click on Natus 5, make sure that your logged in cookie is set to 1, and then reload the page, and you should be able to get the password. Okay. All right, so it worked. Great, great. All right, so the last couple of things we're going to do for this class is we're going to do some PicoCTF challenges. So remember, well, I really like PicoCTF because it's free and it's got all these challenges on it. Let's go over to PicoCTF and log in. So I'm not logged in for some reason. I guess I need to supply my username and password. Let me grab that. And everybody, if you could log into PicoCTF, that would be great. Okay, so once you're at the PicoCTF page, please click on the practice button, and it'll bring you to the practice page where you can get access to all the challenges. So over in GitHub, we've got last session's exercises. Oh no, these are not last session's exercises. These are this session's exercises. So we've got 3 challenges that we can do today, and the first one is called cookies. So let's do the cookies challenge. After you've logged into PicoCTF, please go to this page. So this is cookies. It's the description says, "Who doesn't love cookies? Try and figure out the best one." So we've got the challenge website over here, and I think we don't need to necessarily log into PicoCTF to access this this web page. So please access this web page after you've finished logging in and going to the challenge. And we see this website over here that's called Cookies. Welcome to my cookies search page. See how much I like different kinds of cookies. All right, so the first thing we see here is that there's a user input field over here, and we can type in some user input. So for example, what kind of cookies do we like? Does anybody have a type of cookie they like? You can go ahead and type in the chat. I'm going to say chocolate chip. That's a classic. Let's search for that one. And it says, I love chocolate chip cookies. And the message over here says, that is a cookie, not very special though. So once again, we know that this challenge is called cookies. So what we can do is we can go back to the developer tools and look for the cookie on this page. So remember, we can use Control Option. So if you're on Opera GX, you can do Command Option I to open up that developer tools. There are different keyboard shortcuts depending on which browser you're using. So I think if you're using a keyboard with the F keys on the top, you can do F12 to open up developer tools. You can also go over to the side menu in the corner over here and click on that, then click on More Tools and click on Web Developer Tools. So once there, you can go over to the Storage tab, and in the Storage tab, there's the Cookies option over here, then click on the website. So the website here just has one cookie, and the cookie is called name, and the value is currently set to 1. So the cookie value here is set to 1, but in this case, 1 doesn't necessarily mean true. It just means a certain type of cookie. So I think they've given each type of cookie a number value. So we can play around with this, and we can set the cookie value to 0 and see what message we get after we reload the page. It says, I love snickerdoodle cookies. Okay. And then adjust this value again to 2 and reload the page. And it says, I love oatmeal raisin cookies. So here we've got each time we adjust the cookie value to a new number, it's going to give us a new message with a different type of cookie. So everybody, you can go ahead and try cycling through some different numbers to get the flag. But in the meantime, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to do this in curl. So I'm just going to grab this website over here, and then I'm going to go over to my terminal. So in the terminal, I'm going to use the curl command, which -v, and then paste in the address over here. Okay, so let's see. It gives us a cookie over here. We have to supply our own cookie. So in the cookie, in the command, we're going to give --cookie, and --cookie equals something. Inside the quotes, the name of the cookie is name, and that's going to be equal to 1. So if we give this command, curl --cookie equals, actually, we don't need the equals here. We're just going to give it a space. Cookie name equals 1. Oh, it's redirecting me. Failed to open cookie. I think I might have done this incorrectly. Hold on. --cookie. No, this is how we should be doing it. Oh, it's -1. Anyways, added cookie session, set cookie session over here. Anyways, let's go back to the cookies over here. So, has anybody here figured out which cookie that we want to use? So, I'm gonna spoil everybody, and the cookie value we're actually looking for is all the way up to cookie number 18. So, if we set the cookie to value 18, and then we reload the page, then we get the flag. So picoctf, everybody loves cookies. So go ahead and in your browser set the cookie value to the number 18 and then reload the page. You should be able to get the flag. You should be able to get the flag, copy it, then go over to the picoctf challenge, paste in the flag, click on submit flag, and then you're done. All right, so everybody, if you managed to solve the challenge, please type in the chat, cookie monster, smiley face. In the meantime, let me try to figure out what I did wrong on. So I think I'm going to change. So this is still redirecting me. I think we need to follow the redirect. Okay, so we've got some cookie monsters in chat. Great to see. All right, we're going to do one more challenge before we finish off today's class. So the challenge is going to be the log on challenge. Okay. So everybody, please navigate to the log on challenge over here. User Hyperion RL in Twitch chat says, "Hello, you should set the cookie value as name equals -1 and not name colon." Oh, okay. Let me try that real quick. So name equals -1. Oh, okay. Yeah, that seems to have worked. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Hyperion RL. All right, so let's go over to the challenge over here, and the challenge is called log on. So it says here that the factory is hiding things from all of its users. Can you log in as Joe and find what they've been looking at? Okay, so we've got a link over here, and this is going to link to the web page we're supposed to look at. So everybody, you can go to this page. You can go to this page, and then let's try to solve the challenge. Okay, so we have some sort of login page over here. Does anybody know how we can test this page? So, for example, we don't know the username or the password. What are we supposed to do to test the page? Does anybody have a suggestion? User BD says page source. Okay, we could do page source. Particle Doodoo from Twitch chat says default credentials or SQL injection. Okay, so we could try default credentials. So usually on a login page, you could try something like admin or admin password. And these are default credentials, which are the ones that are set by the software when it's being set up. And then click on sign in. So it says here, success, you've logged in. Not sure you'll be able to see the flag though. So we managed to log in. That wasn't very hard. The question is, how do we see the flag? Does anybody know how we could potentially see the flag if it's not sure that we're going to be able to see the flag? We could try looking at source code. That's correct. And thank you very much for following on Twitch, HyperionRL. And thank you for the suggestion with the curl command. All right, so we could try using the page source. So remember, we could use a keyboard shortcut or we could use right-click. Either one is going to be fine. If we view the page source over here, success, you've logged in, not sure you'll be able to see the flag. So if we take a look at the code over here, so in the code, we don't know, it actually doesn't show us the flag. The question is why? So if you remember what we've been talking about all this time, that might be the clue to get us the flag. So what have we been talking about for the last couple of challenges? It's a hint, it's something delicious and something you can hold in your hand. We're talking about cookies, that's correct. That's correct. Okay, so let's take a look at the cookies for this page. So if we take a look at our developer tools, remember it's in storage and then cookies, and then click on the website. We see here that there is a bunch of cookies actually. So this is a cookie, these are all cookies, but we see there's one cookie in here that's very important. Does anybody see what that cookie could be? And HyperionRL also says, oh wow, plain text stored password. Yeah, that's a very secure thing to do. But there's one thing that we should adjust in order to see some extra information. So what is the cookie? So the cookie is actually this one over here, and it's the admin cookie. So the admin cookie over here, it is set to false. So what is the opposite of false? We can set it to true. So true with the capital T, I think it matters in this case. So after you've done that, hit enter, and then reload the page. And then we see this message. So the flag over here is PicoCTF. The conspiracy lives. So this is just the beginning of taking a look at web app security challenges. And this is actually, if you get good at web app security, then you can probably get a job doing testing the security of different web pages. But PicoCTF is actually a great place to start learning about this stuff. So after you've copied the flag, go over to the login description page, the challenge page, and then paste in the flag and click on submit flag, and then you're done. So Particle to Do says, really? Well, if you know how to do web pen testing, web app security testing, I know a few different companies you could apply to and get a job right now. But you have to know about all sorts of different web app vulnerabilities to qualify. Anyways, let's finish out today's lesson and then we can finish the class. What was I saying? No. Let's do a summary of what we learned in today's class and then we can finish the session, okay? All right, so over here. Okay, but before that, let's talk a little bit about these HTTP methods. So we've been using a lot of the same HTTP method today. All HTTP requests are made with an HTTP method, sometimes called an HTTP verb. Web pages send the browser different content depending on which HTTP method is used. So the most common HTTP methods are the get and post methods. So you use the get method when you try to get the contents of web pages, and you use the post method when you're sending something to the web server. So there are a bunch of different HTTP request methods: the get method, the post method, put, delete, patch, head, options trace. You don't necessarily need to know what all these things do right now. Just know that they're a bunch of different actions. So you can think of these methods as a verb or an action that you want to do with the web server. For example, the get action or method, the post action or method, that kind of thing. So let's review the web exploitation concepts we learned in today's workshop. So the HTTP referrer header. The HTTP referrer header, which is misspelled on purpose, contains the value of a complete or partial address of the web page that is making the request. It is often used for analytics or logging. The HTTP referrer header is occasionally used by web app developers as a security mechanism, but this is not a good practice as it was never intended to be used in such a way. We also talked about HTTP cookies, and they're commonly used as a security mechanism that allows users to maintain an authenticated user session on a website. So if the web server sends you a cookie, you can, after you've logged in, you basically use that cookie each time you interact with the website to let the web server know which user session you're using. In short, HTTP cookies allow users to log into websites. But since cookie values can be modified by the user, proper care should be taken to ensure that valid cookie values are not predictable or easily guessed. So I want you to take a look at, so notice, the factory login over here. Let's take a look at these cookies. So cookie values should be like this. So the cookie values should be a bunch of numbers and letters that you can't guess, and not something like admin equals true. Just for reference. Okay, so what's next? In the next HackerFrogs AfterSchool web app hacking workshop, we're going to be learning more web app hacking skills with the NATA-CTF. Okay, so everybody, so for the live stream, we're going to be ending off with the people in the Zoom call, the students over there. But what we're going to be doing next is we're going to be doing some hacking exercises. But let me take a little break to finish off the session with the Zoom call students. Okay, we'll be back in a couple of minutes, and then we'll do some hacking exercises then. But until then, enjoy the break. All right, everybody, we're back. All right, so in this section of the live stream, what we're going to do is we're going to do a walkthrough for a CTF box. But first of all, let's play some music. I like to play this music from the game Mass Effect 2, which has a lot of great moody music we can use for hacking. So let's see. Hyperion RL says, the funny thing is that I found an easy to exploit critical vulnerability on the authentication system of GitLab at the end of 2023, and I got paid for it. So obvious bugs can still be found in web pages. Rare, but it happens. So I guess yeah, you can find like super obvious vulnerabilities on big web pages, but it's like Hyperion RL says, it's not super common. But it's good to know your fundamentals when you're doing web app security testing. Let's play some music over here. Yeah, you should hear the music now. Let me turn that down. It's a bit loud. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to do a little walkthrough of a CTF box. The CTF box that we're taking a look at is from the VulNyx site, and today's box is the real box. So if you wanted to participate yourself, you can. So the VulNyx website over here is a platform where you can download vulnerable VMs. So you can download the VMs, you can deploy them on your network, and then you can start doing hacking against them. Of course, you're going to need to have a attacker machine that you can use to do your testing, something like Kali Linux or some other system with a bunch of security tools on it to do your testing. So I just use Kali Linux because it's very convenient, and not because Kali Linux is the best option, but it is a very convenient option. All right, so let's start our investigation. The first thing we need to do is we need to deploy the machine to our network, and I have the machine powered off. I just need to power it on before we start testing. So I'm using VirtualBox. If you don't want to use VirtualBox for your virtual machines and you instead prefer to use something like VMware, that is perfectly fine. So I just need to see what IP address is assigned to the machine. We see that it's assigned to 10.0.2.56. So that's the IP address we're going to be hacking against. So let's do our initial scans. Once again, this is a live walkthrough for the real machine on the VulNyx website. We like to start our pen testing with an Nmap scan. So Nmap is a tool that's going to let you see what open ports are available on a server, and we like to run it with the following arguments. So -p- to scan all ports, -t4 to run it very fast but not too fast, -vv for very verbose, which is going to let us see output before the scan is finished, and -s C V for common scripts and versioning information on whatever services that we find. So we're going to run the scan, and it's going to find some unusual ports over here. So it discovered port 22, port 80, and a couple of non-standard ports over here. We've got port 6667 and 6697, as well as 8067. And these are all reported as running Unreal IRC-D. So IRC is a service that some people might know, but some other people have never heard of before. Let's explain what IRC is right about now. So let me grab my Has anybody ever seen IRC? Has anybody here ever used IRC, rather? If you have, go ahead and put your hand up. Let's see, so we've got, I just need to get my notes. This is the real machine. Oh, I haven't made this yet. I need to create this file. Create new file, we'll call this one 05 real, and we're going to create our readme.md, the real box. Create this thing. Particle Dudu says, I know it, but I've never used it. I used AOL. A lot of people used AOL and not IRC. Anyways, so while I'm uploading this stuff, you can go ahead and watch my bird videos over here. This is a Stellar Jay. It's eating some peanuts. It's great. Please look at that while I'm uploading my files to GitHub. GitHub. So these are some common sparrows as well. Okay, so the file should be uploaded to GitHub now. So before we go, let's see if, yeah, here we go. So you might see this big bowl of peanuts, and you might figure, why are these birds not getting super fat? The reason is because most of these peanuts, the Stellar Jay is going to hide away. So it basically finds a bunch of hiding spaces, and it caches all the food that it finds, and it comes back and it eats it when it gets hungry. So that's why these birds are not getting super fat. Anyways, let's open up that real challenge over here. We've got our slides, and I'm going to talk about what IRC is. So we're talking about the IRC chat protocol. IRC, which stands for Internet Relay Chat, is a chat protocol that allows real-time communication over the internet via text messages. Users can use an IRC client program to connect to different chat rooms called channels to chat with other users connected to the same channel. If we can connect to an IRC server, there are many different things that we can enumerate from the service, including user info, including admin user info, the software version information, hosted links, the hostname and or IP addresses of users if they're online. So let's do that. So the first thing I like to do when I encounter a new service that I haven't hacked against before is I like to access the Hacktricks website. And Hacktricks is a great website for learning about all sorts of technologies that you've never seen before and how to hack against them. So if you were to search something like IRC, then you're going to see this page on pentesting IRC. So basic information, IRC, initially a plain text protocol, was assigned this port over here, but it commonly runs on port 6667 now, to avoid needing root privileges for operation. So what we can do with this information is that we can log into IRC first of all with these commands over here. So we can connect using netcat -vn IP port, and then we can log in using these commands over here. So let me make this nice and big so that we can all see this. So the command to connect using netcat is this. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to move into my temp directory here. So we're connecting to 10.02.56, and it is port 6667. So it says, okay, so we're connecting to IRC over here, looking up your host name, and we can connect to the server by doing these commands over here. Here you can see how to connect and access IRC using some random nickname, and then enumerate some interesting info. You can learn more about the commands of IRC here. There's a little link. I'm not going to look at the link. What I'm going to do is I'm going to log in. So you can use the user command. So it's this right here. I'm going to paste this in, but I'm going to edit this because I am the Shy Hat, and I also want to be the Shy Hat again. Okay, so we're going to give this command. So we're just going to copy this. Oh, it kicked me out because I didn't respond in time. So let's connect again. Okay, so I think we should be logged in right now. So I'm going to paste in my command over here. So user is going to log me in as this user. I guess we have to provide the 0 and the asterisk over here. And then the next thing we have to provide is a password. So the password, we don't. Okay, so we don't need to provide a password. We just need to provide a nickname. So Nick. So nickname is also going to be the Shy Hat. And I think we're logged in now. So now that we're logged in, we can run some commands to get more information. So we can get the version information over here. So just type in the word version. So it says that we have Unreal. So this is the Unreal IRC server software over here. It's running at version 3.2.8.1. So what I want to do, because IRC is actually, people don't use it anymore, so I suspect that IRC might be vulnerable to exploits, is I'm going to copy this version number over here, and I'm going to feed this into searchsploit. So searchsploit is a program that we can use to search for software exploits. And if we run it with Unreal and this version number, it might tell us if there is a potential exploit for this software with this version. So we see here that there's a backdoor command execution script for Metasploit. I don't like using Metasploit, so I'm not going to use that. Metasploit means having to dig around inside the Metasploit console, and I try to avoid that when I can. What I'm going to do is I'm going to search for this on Google. So Unreal, this version, and I'm going to search for the word exploit. I'm also going to search for the word GitHub, just so that I can see if there's a GitHub repository with an exploit. So we see here that there is a Ranger 11 danger. So there's a backdoor over here. So this is a known exploit for this version of IRC, Unreal IRC. So let's click on that. So it says this is a Python version of a Metasploit module that exploits a known vulnerability in Unreal IRC-D version this over here. So what we can do now, Particle Dude says this is Metasploit. Okay, well I guess if I don't actually have to log into the Metasploit console, then I consider it okay. So there's exploit.py, which is this file over here. And this is the exploit file that we're going to use to compromise the IRC server. So I'm just going to I'm going to copy the raw file, so all the code in here, and then I'm going to create the file inside of my Kali Linux. So I'm going to go into the temp directory, and then I'm going to create a file called exploit.py. Next, I'm going to paste in all the code, and I'm going to save the file. So we're going to run the exploit, and it's going to tell us what syntax it expects. So usage exploit.py, payload, Python netcat or bash, and then IP, and then port. So I guess we can do payload. We're going to do let's do a Python payload, and then an IP, and then a port. So it's 10.0.256. Port is 6667. So let's try this. It says exploit sent successfully. Exploit sent successfully. Alright, well, I think we might need to take another look at the script, because I think there might be some arguments. There might be some variables that we're missing over here. So, okay, so there's a local IP and a local port that we need to change. So we need to supply our own IP, so that's 10.0.222, and the port we're going to use is port 443. I like to use port 443 because it's usually not blocked by firewalls. So 443 is associated with the HTTPS, so it's usually allowed by firewall rules. So I'm going to, after we've adjusted this, we're going to save it, and then we're going to start up a netcat listener. So the netcat listener is going to receive any potential reverse shells from using the exploit script. Not this tab, this tab. Okay. So let's run the exploit script again and see if we receive a reverse shell. So it says exploit sent successfully. If we look over at our... So this didn't seem to work. The interesting thing is that there were multiple... If we remember from our Nmap scan... Whoops. No. If we remember from our Nmap scan, there were multiple ports that had IRC on them. So Nmap... So we found not only 6667, we also found 8067 and 6697. So we could try those ports as well. So we're going to try the exploit script. So Python. So 6667, there was also 6697, so we're going to try that port instead. Okay, exploit synced successfully. Let's take a look at the... Okay, so it also didn't give us a reverse shell. There's also 8067, so we could try that port as well. $8097, was it? 8067. Okay. Okay, so we see also exploit sent successfully. We just didn't receive a reverse shell. Okay, so we're going to try another exploit script. This one doesn't seem to be working. So the next one on the list is this one over here. Backdoor command execution. So full exploit with payload. Okay, great. Let's take a look. We're going to copy this file. We're going to replace. We're going to move into our temp directory. we're going to erase this previous script and we're going to paste in the new script. We're going to python exploit.py. Okay, so we have to supply target port, listener, and listening port. So here we're going to do python exploit.py, and then target port, target is 10.02.56. The port is 6667. The listening IP is 10.02.22, and the listening port is 443. We're going to run that. And so it doesn't give us a message. Let's take a look at our listener. So the listener didn't pick anything up. Remember, we had multiple ports that were running the IRC service. So we're going to try 6697 instead. So it ran. Let's take a look at the listener. Listener didn't pick anything up. Let me check. Let me check which nmap ports that was again. So nmap. Six 6697, 8067. So let's try 6697. 6697, we tried that. It's also 8067. $8067, 6697. Six 6667. Okay, let me look back at my notes. This should be target IP address, target port number. I need to double check. So I need to double check my ports. So it's 10.02.56. This is correct. The port should be correct. My attacker machine should be $10.02.22. Target T port, listen L port. Okay, 6667. Six 6697. And 8067. Six 6667, 8067, 6697. Listening on port 443. Let's take a look at the exploit script one more time. Okay, so target port, listener port. Okay, so we're gonna start from scratch. I'm gonna remove this exploit.py file. I'm going to start my listener one more time. All right, so this is the GitHub of the script I used previously. I'm going to copy all of the code, then go over to Nano and create the exploit.py script. I'm going to paste in all the code from the exploit, save it, and then run exploit.py. It's going to tell us what we need to do to run the code. So it's going to be target 10.02.56. We're going to supply the port 6667. We're going to supply the listener IP, which is 10.02.22, and the listening port, which is 443. So we need to check that that there is a listener running on port 443. There is. We're going to run the script. It's going to go through. We did not receive a connection, so we're going to try another port. So it's also running on 6697, so we're going to try 6697. We did not receive a connection. We're going to try port 8067 instead. Did not go through again. Okay. Let me grab the code from the script and let's feed it into ChatGPT to see what we could be doing wrong here. Hello. How could we run the following script? Script, which arguments do we need to supply? Target IP address, target port number, listen IP address, listen port number. Okay. Okay, so just for fun, I'm going to switch up my listening port. And I'm going to switch my listening port to port 53. Next, I'm going to run the exploit script again. Specify port 53. And I'm going to supply the first port that we had, which was 6667. Okay, so that went through. We did not receive a reverse shell connection. We're going to try 6697. Also didn't work. Okay, so this should work. For some reason, something is going wrong. What I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try resetting the box because this is the exploit script that I did for when I previously did this challenge. So I'm just going to shut down the machine, then I'm going to power it up again. Something might have gone wrong after my scans, so I'm going to start the machine back up again. So this is the real box. Sometimes when you do demos, they don't turn out the way you want them to. Okay, so the real box is back up. I'm just going to wait a moment or two, and then we're just going to do our Nmap scans again. Okay, we found 6697, 6667, 8067. Okay, so we're going to run our exploit script again on port 6697. Did not go through. We're going to try 6667. And try 8067. Okay, so okay, let's try Metasploit. So the exploit scripts that we've been using so far haven't been working, so we're going to try using Metasploit. So Metasploit Framework Console. It's not my first choice, but the exploit scripts that I used in the past don't seem to be working. So I'm just going to I'm going to run searchsploit. So this is the Metasploit script. So let's try searching for this inside of the Metasploit console. Search, paste, and then this is the module for the backdoor. So use 0, show options. So there's going to be a local client address, local client port, proxy, our host, which is the target machine, and then the R port, which is 6667. Okay, so let's set this up. So set chost to our attacker machine, which is 10.02.22. Set cport to port 53, which is where we have our netcat listener. We're going to set the R host, which is the IP address of the vulnerable machine, which is 10.02.56. And we're going to try the default port over here, 6667. So we're just going to run the exploit. So exploit failed, a payload has not been selected. Okay, so we need to set up a payload. Let's see. So show payloads. So we've got reverse shell payloads. Payload CMD Unix reverse. So I think this is what we want over here. So we're going to use payload 6. Or set payload 6, because that is the CMD Unix reverse. And then we're going to run the payload. We're going to run the exploit. 1 or 4 options failed to validate L host. Okay, so let's show options. Okay, so we've got local client address, local client port. Oh, I guess we don't need to set these. So I messed this up a little bit. So set chost empty string, set cport empty string, set lhost to 10.0.2.22, set lport to port 53, and I think we don't need to have a reverse shell listener for this exploit, so I'm going to shut that off, and then I'm going to run the exploit. So exploit failed, name or service not known, 6667. Okay, so there were multiple ports that were running the IRC. So 6667 was not the only one. So we're going to set the R port to 6697. So 6697 and 8067. So let's try the next one, which is 6697. And then try running it. Exploit failed, socket get address info name or service not known. Okay, and then let's try setting the R port to 8067. And then try it again. Socket error, get address info name or service not known. Target host 56. Our port I feel like let's try pinging the machine. So just to make sure that we have 256. Okay, so we can definitely communicate with the machine. And we can connect to the IRC service over here. Okay, so we're connected right now. Maybe we need to be connected before we can run the exploit. Let's try that. So we're connected now. Let's set up our netcat listener on port 443, and then let's run our exploit against port 6697. Okay, so we ran the exploit from 6697. Let's try 6667. That didn't work either. Maybe we need to get yet another new script over here. So if anybody is just tuning in right now, we're trying to find an exploit that works against a certain IRC version, and the IRC version is Unreal IRC 3.2.81. So I'm just going to plug this into Google and try to search for another exploit script. Exploit on GitHub. So we've tried these two. we've got another GitHub over here with another exploit against the same software. Let's grab this code over here. So before we run this, we need to take a look at the code, because we definitely don't want to run code that could potentially be dangerous. So we're just going to go over to ChatGPT. Is there anything suspicious about this code? Okay, unusual command injection payload over here. Indentation issues. So there's something wrong with the Python code itself. Maybe, maybe not. I don't think there's anything... So the script uses Python 2 print syntax. So it would not run in Python 3 without modification. So this is a script designed for Python 2. So we should probably use Python 2 to run it. Okay. So let's go over. So first of all, let's get rid of this. Well, let's just get rid of the code in the previous exploit script. Paste in the new code here. So this is a Python 2 script. So we need to adjust this. We need to run Python 2 with this. Python 2 exploit.py. There's also an unexpected indent. Okay, in line 20. So we need to take a look at line 20. Okay, so the indentation in this code is kind of weird. So I think try except should be. Why is this all indented? Oh, right. Okay, this is part of the inject code function. Try except. Oh, I need to. Man, I'm not going to be able to finish my. I'm not going to be able to finish this walkthrough because I've got a class coming up in about 10 minutes. All right. So I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why the exploit script that I originally used wasn't working. So let's see. Please rewrite the script so that the indentation is correct. Okay, so So now that the indentation is correct, we should be able to run the exploit script. So let's get rid of everything here and paste in the new code. Okay. Let's try this out. Python exploit.py. Ronin1 says, hi. Hello, Ronin1. How are you doing? Line 38. Invalid syntax. Oh, okay. I need to get rid of that. How are you doing? How are you doing? Let me just get rid of this extra stuff at the end here. Let's run the exploit script. We need a target host, target port command. Target host 56. Target port command. The command is going to be who am I? Ah, okay. Fine, thank you. That's great. That's great. So, man, sometimes your demonstrations do not go as how you planned. So I've been trying to demonstrate how to hack against the real box over here, over at VulNyx.com, but it just doesn't seem to be going my way. I've been spending about 20 or 25 minutes trying to get an exploit script to work, but it doesn't seem to be going. So I guess I'm going to have to try again another day, but before that, I need to get ready for the next class. So the next class is going to be for web app hacking. If you're here for web app hacking, please let us know in the chat. Type in the word web app hacking, smiley face. Okay, so let me get ready for the next class. I'm afraid we're going to have to save this hacking demonstration for another day. So let's see. This is session number 4. No, it's session number 5. This is session number 5. Let me also grab my slides. This is session number 5. What we're going to be doing today is we're going to be playing around with SQL language, and SQL language is, well, we need to know a little bit about SQL language in order to interact with SQL injection, which is the next thing we're going to be learning about in web app hacking. So look forward to that. We're not going to be dealing with the NataCTF website in this lesson, but we will be doing PicoCTF. So if you don't have an account over at PicoCTF, you can make an account over at this website. This one right here. We have about 5 minutes before the class starts. Ronan, may I ask, are you a cybersecurity student? Are you working in cybersecurity right now, or in some other? Are you in some other tech-related role? I'd like to know. So let's do one hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
So you're not working in a tech-related role. are you a student, or are you have you? I'm just wondering what your background is, because if you're looking to getting into cybersecurity, if I know your background, I can better direct you towards what kind of training or education you should be looking at. Oh, self-learning. Okay. Yeah. So if you're trying to, are you looking to specialize? If you're looking, are you looking to specialize in web app stuff, or were you thinking about doing other types of cybersecurity, like network pen testing, or oh, what else is popular right now? Um, Reverse engineering, anything else like that? And do you have tech background? Have you learned about different? Have you done any programming or web development in the past? There's absolutely nothing wrong with being self-taught. I myself am also self-taught. I about 4 years ago, I didn't know anything about cybersecurity, but now I'm teaching beginner cybersecurity skills. So people can come from all sorts of different backgrounds. All right, so let's see, a couple minutes off. So I guess I'll take this time to do some shameless self-promotion. We have a Reddit, so we're at reddit.com/r/HackerFrogs, and you'll see the schedule for the stream every week over there. And we also have a bunch of different topics over here, talking about the different courses that we're offering, and some. So Ronan, if you're looking to learn about general computer skills and network education, we've got a thread over at the HackerFrog Reddit, and there are a bunch of good links over here to follow and look at if you're looking to just learn a little bit more about computer networking and IT stuff in general. So over here we've got general computer IT knowledge. Professor Messer has a big playlist on the A+ certification. You don't if you're looking to get into cybersecurity, it would be good to learn the skills and the knowledge that is offered in the A+ certification. You don't need to get the certification, you just need to learn about the skills that are covered in there. And if you want to learn about computer hardware basics, Skills for All has a course on computer hardware basics, which is basically talking about how computers work, how the parts interact with each other, all that good stuff. But for computer networking, which is pretty important when you're working inside of cybersecurity, they've got a bunch of courses over here for networking stuff as well. So if you're looking to learn about that, these are some great resources. But with that said, I think it's about time to start the class. I'm going to shut down the music. And let's start our session. Alright, so it's HackerFrogs After School. Today's lesson is going to be on Intro to SQL with the SQL Murder Mystery exercise. Alright, so this is the 5th workshop for Intro to Web App Hacking. Let's take a few moments to review the concepts we learned in the previous workshop. So we learned about OS command injection. Operating system OS command injection is a web app vulnerability where arbitrary OS commands can be performed on the web server through a web interface. So we took a look at how we can send different commands through a web app and take advantage of this vulnerability. OS command injection can often lead to complete compromise of the web server, and if so, the server can be used as a foothold to attack other machines on the network. So now on to our topic. Let's move on to the topic of this workshop, which is the SQL database language. So what is SQL? SQL, otherwise known as Structured Query Language, is a programming language used for managing data held in relational databases. Simply put, SQL allows users to access and manage data contained in relational databases, which are common components in most web applications. So anytime you have a web application or a website that is able to log you in, it's going to be using some sort of database to store the username and the password of whatever users want to log in. So that means that SQL is used in most web applications. So why are we learning about SQL? As far as web app hacking is concerned, insecure implementations of SQL in web apps can lead to a very serious vulnerability called SQL injection. We will learn about SQL injection in a later session, but we should first learn how to use SQL in its intended manner before we learn how to abuse it. So let's learn SQL through a game. In the web browser, we're going to navigate to the following URL, mystery.nightlab.com/walkthrough.html. Ronan says, I learned MCITP when I was working in a computer repair shop, then Java and Android development, then left my job and started learning Linux, Python, etc., web, and started C and MalDev, the basics. Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, you definitely want to learn a lot of general skills about technology and programming when you want to get into cybersecurity. That's going to let you have a good skill set to be able to figure out which section of cybersecurity or which specialization in cybersecurity you want to focus on. But that sounds like a pretty good path. All right, so we're taking a look at this challenge over here, which is the SQL murder mystery. Let me grab the link. Please navigate to this link to continue on over here. Okay, so this is a SQL murder mystery. It's an exercise where you can use your SQL language skills in order to find out who the murderer is in this game. So let's talk a little bit more about SQL before we begin. So we're going to be talking about SQL database structure. So the largest unit in the SQL system is the database. So when you're interacting with SQL, these databases are the system is going to house either one or more databases, and the database is the largest unit in the SQL system. So the SQL database each database is going to contain one or more tables. So let's pretend that this is the database that we're interacting with, and each database is going to have one or more of these tables over here. So these tables, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 9 tables inside of this database. And the tables themselves can be subdivided into 2 elements. So if we have a table inside of the database, it can be subdivided into these columns over here, whose names identify the data that should be entered into them. So we've got an ID column, name column, license ID column, etc. These are the columns. And the next thing is the rows, which contain data entries that correspond to the columns that they fall under. So if you've used something like a spreadsheet, this should look very familiar to you. So you've got the column ID number here, name over here, license ID. So ID, we've got a bunch of numbers, and then each number is associated with the name and the license ID, etc. So determining database software. So we're hackers. So what we need to do, well, okay, this isn't necessarily something that only hackers do, but each time we encounter a SQL system, we have to figure out which database software it's using, because database software, SQL commands, there are a lot of SQL commands that are common to all versions of the software, but there are certain commands that are exclusive to certain types of SQL. So SQL comes in a lot of different versions, such as MySQL, PostgreSQL, SQLite. It's important to know which type of SQL that we're using. And in the case of the murder mystery game over here, I do believe this is a SQLite implementation, and we'll be taking at another website which is running a different type of SQL software. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. So we can give this command inside of the SQL system to figure out which version of SQL that they're running. So select SQLite underscore version. Okay. Over at the murder mystery game over here, there's a bunch of information at the beginning, but there are also a lot of interactive windows that we can put SQL language into. So for example, we can do select, and it's SQL underscore lite. I think SQLite underscore version, and this is a function that we're running inside of the SQL system to figure out which version it's running on the system. So it's running this version right here. Okay, that's great. We should remember that, just in case something weird happens. But so the SQL murder mystery website uses SQLite, by the way, and using this version is going this command over here is going to retrieve version information. But we're also going to be taking a look at a different site called the SQL Zoo, and this website is going to be using MySQL. So MySQL is probably the most common version of SQL software out there, but you can switch its system to other SQL types. So let's grab the link for the other website that we're going to be looking at, which is the SQL Zoo. So you can access it from this link over here. Okay, so the interesting thing about this website is that you can actually switch up the version of SQL that it's using by accessing this drop-down menu over here at the top of the page. So you can change it from MySQL to PostgreSQL to Microsoft SQL. So these are different versions of SQL that you can interact with on the website. Let's just use MySQL because it's probably the most common version of SQL out there. And then let's see, we have to determine the database names. Database systems can contain multiple databases in the same system, so it's important to know the names of the databases in the system. So MySQL uses the command show databases to output databases on the system. So if we go over to the SQL Zoo, and we're going to go to this link over here, select basics. Let me just get that link just in case you want the specific page we're looking at. So it starts talking about how to access information, but instead, in this first window, what we're going to do is we're just going to use this command, which is show databases with the semicolon at the end. So SQL is a programming language, but usually we're only using it to query databases. So we need to include the semicolon at the end of each one of these instructions. So over here, we're just going to type in show databases with the semicolon at the end and submit that. And then we see this. So these databases are in the system: adventure, blah, 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 help desk, information schema, NEEPS, Scott. And so this is going to show which databases are inside the system. But when we're talking about the murder mystery game, SQLite only uses one database at a time, so we don't need to necessarily output the names of the databases in this case. So using MSQL, we can switch to different databases using this command over here, use, and then the name of the database, and then the semicolon. So use database name, semicolon. So over at SQL Zoo, say we wanted to use the adventure database, we just need to provide the command. Let me make this bigger. Bigger, okay. So use adventure, semicolon. Click on submit. And that's going to switch us over to the adventure database. And then we can list out the different tables inside of the database. So the next step after we've accessed a database is to find out which tables exist in the database. So this is the command we use if we're going to be using SQLite. So select name from SQLite master where type equals table. So let's go over to SQL Murder Mystery. Select, oh, I forget. Select name from SQLite master. Select name from SQLite master where type equals table. So just in case you want to use this command yourself, I think this is it over here. And then we run it. And then this is going to return all of the tables that are in this database. So we see there's crime scene report, driver's license, Facebook event check-in, interview, etc., etc. So these are important commands for trying to figure out what is in the database. So in MySQL, we just have to use the following command, show tables. That's much easier. So if we go over to the SQL Zoo, we do show tables. Then we get these tables over here. So the reason why we need to do this is not necessarily, well, okay, we definitely need to use this if we want to be regular users of the SQL software. But because we're going to be using SQL in a malicious manner, we need to figure out which tables contain the information that we want as super cool hacker people. So usually inside of a database, we're looking for usernames and passwords. So there should be, inside of most of these databases, there's going to be a users table, which has all the usernames and passwords. So we might want to look for that inside of the SQL system. So the next thing we need to do after that is we need to figure out which columns exist in the tables. So finally, we need to determine the names of the columns in the tables. We could do, so for SQLite, we do pragma table underscore info and then the name of the table, like this. Pragma table info person. Table underscore info for the person table. And then it's going to tell us the names of the different columns inside of this table over here. So this table person has these columns. We've got ID, name, license ID, address number, address street name, SSN. Let's make this a little bigger so we can read it better. Okay. So it also tells us the type of information that's supposed to go in the column. For example, we've got integers and we've got text and we have char. Not sure what char means. Let me look that up real quick. As far as data types in SQL, what is the char type? Character data is used to store fixed length strings. So char 10 means, I suppose that would be, okay. So a number of characters that has to be set. So if you do under the number of characters, it's going to fill it in with spaces. Okay. So using MySQL, we would use this command, describe table name. So we're using SQL in the SQL Zoo. So we know that there is an adventure table inside of here. So let's do describe adventure. So this is going to get us the names of the columns inside this table here. Okay, so this is an adventure table, but it's talking about products, product ID, and prices and stuff. Not exactly what I was expecting. But anyways, so this is how we get column names inside of the MySQL software. So next we're going to talk about the select command. So we've been using the select command all this time, and the select command is the most common SQL command, which returns SQL entries depending on what additional parameters are provided. So if we take a look at the SQL murder mystery over here, we can reload the page, and we're going to see that the first window over here is going to contain this statement over here. Select count from person. So count is actually a function inside of SQL, and it's just going to return the number of objects that exist. So inside the person table, it's going to return us the number of entries in this table. So select count from person means give us the number of entries in the person table. So if we run this, it's going to show us 10,011. So that's the number of entries inside this table right here. So we also use the from keyword over here. So the from command is going to specify which table to retrieve the data from. So select count, so this is a function, run the function basically on the person table. So there's another filter that we can apply to all of our SQL statements, and that's the where filter. The where filter allows very specific information to be returned by a query. So we could select star, and in the context of SQL language, star means all columns. So select all columns from the person table where the name equals Kinsey Erickson. So we can see in our SQL murder mystery. Let's type this out. So select star from person where name equals Kinsey Erickson. Is that how you spell it? Let me take a look. Kinsey Erickson. Okay. So when we run this, we see that all the information in this table, person, is returned. So this is all of the columns. So select star means all columns. So the ID, name, license, address, street name, SSN. It returns this to us because this inside this name column, it's equal to this value right here, which is Kinsey Erickson. So this is how you retrieve a specific row inside of SQL. So we also return we also use the equal operator, and the equal operator is used with the where filter to return exact matches. If the contents of a row differ by even a single character, the match will not be returned. So in this case, no data is returned because the K in Kinsey Erickson is not capitalized. So no valid match is found. So we can just demonstrate this over here. So if we change this from Kinsey Erickson to Kinsey Erickson with the lowercase k, no data is returned. So likewise, if we do Kinsey Erickson but we leave an extra space, this is also not going to return anything because the whatever is inside of the quotes over here has to be exact. Yeah. But if we get rid of the space, then we can return some information again. So next we're going to talk about the AND clause. The AND clause is used with the where filter to further restrict the results returned, only returning rows that match both parameters on either side of the AND clause. So if you're familiar with programming, you might have seen this kind of thing before when you're using your if statements. So in this case, we're going to do the following. Select star from person where the name is equal to John Dial and the address street name is equal to Icehouse Avenue. So both of these have to be true in order for this to be returned to us. So we could try something like, so I'm getting a little ahead over here, but instead of the equal sign, we can use the like keyword instead, and that's going to return partial matches. And when we use like, we can use wildcard characters like these percent symbols over here, and this is going to return any instance in the database where the name has the word Kinsey in it, like this. So there's only one Kinsey, but let's try a more common name like John. So over here, okay, we see that a lot of different things appeared when we're looking for names like John. We got not only John, but also Johnny, and Catter John, and Johnetta. I had no idea Johnetta was an actual name, but okay. So it returns all of this over here. But we can also use the AND clause, and maybe we're going to restrict this further, where the address street name, it's like, let's say that we're looking for somebody that lives on an avenue or a road. Let's say that we're looking for somebody that is named John and lives on a road. So RD over here is what we're looking for. Anything can come before it, anything can come after RD over here. So when we run this, we only get entries where the name has John in it and the address street name has the word road in it. So road, 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 road. Also, all of these people are named John. Okay. So the like operator and the percent wildcard. So the like operator is used with the percent wildcard character to return partial matches. The percent symbol matches any characters on its respective side of the string. So we just talked about this. So we can use the like operator to return anything that has something similar inside of its result, anything inside of the quotes over here. So let's see, SQL murder mystery. So we can look for, like we said, we are looking for people named something like John, but let's try a common woman's name like Susan or Anne. So something like Anne. So this is going to match partial matches where there's this pattern inside of the name over here. So select star from person where name like Anne, and we're going to put the percentage signs on either side of Anne so that it can come before or after anything else. So let's run that. So we've got Joanne, Leanne, Georgianne, Roseanne, and so these all match the pattern over here. So we could also restrict this further by like Anne. So Anne's going to be in the name, and the address street name is going to have, let's just say, the word street. So like ST for street. Let's try this, and of course we need to put our wildcard symbols over here. So we've got street, but it also returns the ST over here. So the ST matches, so it's going to show us anything over here, but we also have different streets, and it also matches the ST and West over here as well. So you have to keep in mind that unless you're very specific, you might get stuff that you're not expecting. So union select. So okay, union select might not seem very relevant to whatever we're retrieving inside of SQL, but we will be using union select when we do our SQL injection a little bit later. So in the next class, we're going to start learning about SQL injection. But before that, I'm going to introduce this concept over here called union select. And we can use this union select statement to retrieve data from more than one table at the same time. So we've got this example over here, select name population from, let's demonstrate. So over at the SQL Zoo, we've got this table over here, which is called the world table with name, continent, area, population, GDP. The name of the table here is world. And what we're going to do is I'm going to show databases. So let's use actually, you know what? We're just going to reload this page. When we reload the page, everything should be reset. And in case you were wondering which page we're looking at over here, we're looking at this page from SQL Zoo. So let me just make sure that we have access to this world table first. So select star from world. Oh, we need to use star. So what does this do? This selects all the columns from the world table and returns them for us. So okay, we've got all of these columns under the world table over here. But what we want to do is we want to retrieve information from more than one table at the same time. So we're going to select certain things from the world table. And keep in mind that when you use SQL, people like to type in these keywords in capital letters. This is not necessary, but it just some people like to do it so that they can emphasize where the keywords are in the code. So in this case, we're using union select to select information from more than one table at the same time. So we're going to select name and population from the world table. Select name, colon, comma, population from the world table. but we're also going to do a union select. So union select, and we're going to be accessing another table that we haven't quite introduced yet, but it's this table over here called the Nobel table. And we're going to select the winner and the year from the Nobel table. Winner, year. Just like this. And it's from the Nobel table. So keep in mind that some SQL systems or some interfaces are going to let you use as much white space as you want when you're writing your SQL statements. And this is very convenient, but sometimes you're not able to separate out your commands on multiple lines, and it's all going to be on the same line, kind of like this. Just keep in mind that some systems let you format your commands in a more aesthetically pleasing way. Okay, so if we run this union command statement, what this is going to do is it's going to allow us to get information from both of these tables. So we've got the name and the population from the world table, as well as the winner and the year from the Nobel table. So we can see here that we've got the name and the population from the world table, but also down here, it doesn't give us everything. Okay, let me introduce one more thing. We're going to limit the amount of results that come back to us with this keyword right here, limit. We're going to specify a number. So I'm going to say, give us 4 results from all of this stuff over here. Okay, so this is going to give us that. Let's make it 10. This didn't quite get what we wanted. Hold on. Let's take a look. Over here. So for some reason, it didn't feel like giving us the results that I got last time when I did it this way. Weird. So we can use the union select statement to retrieve data from more than one table at the same time. There are a couple of restrictions on how we can use the union select. So first of all, we have to return the same number of columns from each table. So we see here that select name population from world. When we do our union select, we also have to select 2 columns. In this case, these 2 columns, name and population, and these two columns, winner and year. The second restriction is that the columns with text cannot be mixed with columns with numbers, and in this case, name and winner are both text columns. So name and winner both have text. So we see here that this name column over here all has text, and the population and the year column, they all have numbers over here. Likewise, the population and year columns match because they both contain numbers. Okay, so over at the SQL murder mystery, what we're going to do is we're going to test out our SQL skills by taking a look at the PicoCTF. So if actually maybe we should practice a little more. Okay, so we've got our different tables over here. Let's work inside of the person table because we've been working with the person table for the majority of this time, and we've got the name column and the address, well, basically we all this stuff over here. If we just do select star from person, then we get all this information right here. So this is a lot. This is a lot of information right here. We never know how many columns, sorry, how many rows there might be in a particular table. So that's where we would use the count function, and the count function is going to give us the number of rows in a particular table. In this case, it's 10,011. But if we wanted to get everything from the person table, but only limit it to the first 10 matches for the first 10 rows, we would use the limit keyword, and we would specify the number of rows we want to return, which is 10. So this is just going to return the first 10 entries inside this table over here. So if we were looking for a specific person inside this table, we would use the where keyword. So if we're looking for a name, and let's say we didn't know the name of the person we're looking for, but we knew that the name is kind of like, it had the word, maybe the last name was Smith. So we can give this search string right here, where the name is like something Smith. So Smith would be the last name, and there could be anything in front of the word Smith. So when we run this, we're going to get Naismith, we're going to get Clinging Smith, Cooper Smith, Bauer Smith, but no regular Smith. That was unexpected. Okay, so we got Smith, all right, and maybe we don't know what street they live on. Well, we know that the person lives on a specific street, and maybe the address, street name, something Hills. So we don't know what Hills. So we can just put the percentage wildcards on either side of Hills. So we can see here that we retrieve Devon Hills, Pioneer Hills, Seven Hills, all this stuff over here. If you're ever wondering if we shouldn't be looking at this information because these might be actual people, please believe me when I say that these are not actual people in this database over here. Because why would they be? All right, so everybody, let's try solving a challenge. So we're going to be using picoctf. So if you don't have an account over at picoctf, please make one. And even if you're not super interested in doing this exercise, if you're interested in learning cybersecurity in general, picoctf is a great resource for learning about all sorts of cybersecurity topics. And the challenge that we're going to be doing is the SQL Direct Challenge. So let's, after you've logged into picoctf, please navigate to this page. All right, so this is the SQL Direct Challenge. And it says, connect to this PostgreSQL server and find the flag. Additional details will be available after launching your challenge instance. So we're going to slowly go through how to solve this challenge. All right, so what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to open up our web shell to complete the challenge. So let me illustrate how to open up the web shell. So first of all, we need to click off of the challenge just for now. And then we need to click on this button over here. So on the page, on the picoctf page, you should see a button over here on your right hand side, which is labeled Web Shell. So just click on that, and that's going to start up a CLI web shell inside of the web page. So this is not great because the web shell is too small. What we want to do is we want to put this in its own browser tab. We can do that by going up to here. There's a button over here labeled Pop Out Web Shell Terminal. So we just click on that, and that's going to start up a web shell in another browser tab. If for some reason it doesn't start up, you can try again by closing the window and then going back to the picoctf page, click on Web Shell again, and then click on Pop Out Web Shell Terminal again. So it looks like it timed out again. So I'm going to try one more time. Okay, so one more time, click on Web Shell, then click on Pop Out Web Shell Terminal. Okay, so this time I think we've got it. So you should see this message here, welcome to picoctf Web Shell, and then you're going to see a command line prompt over here at the bottom. So just give the clear command, and you should see a readme.txt file over here. So if you've managed to log into your web shell, please type into the chat web shell up. If you're having problems, please let us know in the chat, and we'll try to help you out before we continue. But anyways, over at the picoctf challenge, we can click back into the SQL Direct challenge over here, and then we can start up the VM that is associated with this challenge by clicking on this button right here called Launch Instance. So just click on the button, and then after a few seconds, you should see the blue button turn red, and you should see a little timer over here. So the timer says that we have we essentially have 15 minutes to finish the challenge. And it says connect to the PostgreSQL server and find the flag. We're given a command we can give to connect to the server here, and we're given a password. The password is Postgres. So what we want to do is copy the command from the challenge description, then go to our web shell. In the web shell, we can right-click paste the command, and then hit enter. It's going to ask for a password for the user Postgres. Remember that the password is Postgres. So you just need to type it in, Postgres, then hit enter. And that's going to log us into the SQL database. So we're inside of an SQL database now. So everything that we type in from now on should be SQL commands. So we know that the version here is Postgres. So the first thing we want to do is we want to figure out which databases are here. So show databases. Let's see if this works. So it's just show databases and leave a semicolon. Unrecognized configuration parameter databases. This is where we can go over to, we can do a little search. So because we know that we're talking about Postgres, this is the name of the PostgreSQL is the name of the software, and we're looking for a cheat sheet. Cheat sheets are little information pages where we can get some common commands for different types of software. So That's what a cheat sheet is. What we're interested in looking for is looking for database, list all databases. So this is -L. PostgreSQL will list all databases and then exit. Exit? We don't want it to exit. We just want to show all the databases. So \L lists the databases. So let's do that. So \L, we've got Pico, Postgres, template 0, and template 1. So I think we're in the right place. I think we are in the Pico database because it's showing Pico down here. And the next thing we want to do is we want to figure out which tables are inside of the database. So we can go back to the cheat sheet over here, and if you wanted to look at the cheat sheet that I'm looking at, you can do so at the following link. So we wanted to look for tables. Hold on, let's go back up to the top. So list all tables from all schemas. So /DT. So \DT, let's give that command to list out all the tables. \DT. Okay. So we have, so these are the tables inside the database. So the name of the table is flags. Okay, so that's good because we like to look for flags inside of our CTF challenges, and this is a CTF challenge. So we want to see what columns are inside of this table. So let's go back and see what command gets the columns. Columns. So list columns from a specific table. It's \D and then space table name. Okay, that means \D space table name, and the table name is flags here. Okay, so we've got ID, first name, last name, address. So these are the names of the columns, but if we think that there are not very many columns inside this table, we can actually just get everything from the table. So we would do the following to get everything from the flags table. So it's just select star, and remember star means all columns, from flags. Whoops, flags. So this is the command over here. Select all columns from flags, and it's going to return all of the rows inside the flags table. Okay, so we've got this. So we've got 3 rows. Luke Skywalker, Leia Organa, Han Solo, these are all characters from Star Wars. But we also have this flag over here in the address. So to finish the challenge, all we need to do is go over to, all we need to do is highlight the flag value over here and copy this. Then go back to the challenge description and paste in the flag value. So we're not going to submit the flag yet because we're just going to do a little more playing around inside of this environment before we're finished. Okay, so we're going to go back to our web shell, and let's see. I don't know if we can clear or not. Probably not. Okay, so clear is not a command, so it doesn't take that. But we can also figure out how to interact with this database in a few different ways. We've got the cheat sheet over here, and where are we? I went to the wrong link. This is what we want. Okay, back up over here. We can search around inside of this inside of the cheat sheet, and we could look for something like. So -L is going to list out the databases. So we can go back and we can do \L We got the Pico database, the Postgres database, template 0, template 1. We can take a look inside this Postgres database over here. But how do we do it? We can always go over here and we can look for the search term database. Now, how do we connect? Well, the word database is pretty common. Let's go back up to the top. So how do we connect to a database? This is where searching inside might be a little bit slow. So we could try asking ChatGPT. So in PostgreSQL, how do we connect to a database? Okay, let's see. How do we use a specific database? Oh gee, it's giving us a lot of text in this answer. How do we use a specific database in PostgreSQL? Thank you. To switch to a specific database, okay. So if you're already in PostgreSQL and connect to a different database, use \c for connect. Okay. So \c database name username. Let's see if this works. So \c database name Postgres. Okay. So we're now connected to the Postgres database, and we can. Let's see. What was the command for to list out the tables? Was it \l? Was it \t? No? Okay. And how do we list out tables in the database? \dt, okay. \dt. There's nothing in here. There's nothing in here? Wow, that's surprising. So this database doesn't have any tables in it. All right. Okay, so I guess well, let's wrap it up there then. We can go back to our challenge over here, and we got our flag. So all we need to do is submit the flag to finish the challenge. When we finish the challenge, it's going to kick us out of the Postgres server. So click on Submit Flag, and then we're finished. So you'll see over at the web shell, oh, it didn't kick us out. But we can't give any commands anymore. So that probably means that we've been kicked out. So we can do Control-C to exit from the program, or at least we should be able to. Okay. All right, so we're out. So let's go over what we learned in today's class. Okay, so we talked about structured query language today. It's a programming language used for managing data held in relational databases. So there are whole courses that cover only learning about SQL. We just barely scratched the surface. We learned a few basic commands inside of SQL today. We learned about the select command, which is common to all SQL queries, and looking to return specific info from the database. So select is the most basic command inside of SQL. we use it to tell the system that we want to return specific information. So there's the where filter, allows you to be very specific, allows very specific information to be returned by a query. And in the next HackerFrogs AfterSchool Web Exploitation Workshop, we're going to learn about SQL injection vulnerabilities with the TryHackMe platform. I'm not sure if we're going. We're going to use that TryHackMe platform. And if you don't have an account over at TryHackMe, let me tryhackme.com. So please, if you want to participate in the next workshop, please make an account over at tryhackme.com. The address is over here. And they've got an event going on for Christmas in December called Advent of Cyber 2024. I will be covering this event. It's a great educational event, and every year they've got I think it's 24 different challenges, one for every day in December leading up until Christmas Eve, and it's gonna be great fun. But as far as our course is concerned, we're going to be using one of the modules from TryHackMe in the next class, and that's going to be the SQL injection. I think this is the room we're going to be looking at next class. So if you want to take a look at it beforehand, you can do so from the following link. But we're going to be learning about how to exploit SQL databases in the next lesson. But until then, everybody, thank you very much for coming to today's class, and we'll be back. We'll be doing another class on Friday, but that's not the end of today's stream. We're going to be doing an extra exercise directly after this, and we're going to be doing some hacking challenges. So if you want to learn a little bit about how to do CTF boxes, please stick around. So where were we? All right, so today we're going to be covering more VulNyx machines over here. The next challenge we're going to do is this box over here called infected. So let me provide the link to that. And let's start up our music again. Okay, so let's shut down our previous challenge, Real, which we were having problems with, but the next challenge is called Infected. Let's start up that box. Oops, not this, but this. So VulNyx is a website where you can download vulnerable virtual machines and then do hacking against them. We've downloaded this machine over here called Infected, and then we've deployed it to our virtual machine network. We're now starting the machine. Hopefully it should come online soon. Usually it doesn't take this long. Let's scan our network and see if it's online. So we can use Nmap to, Nmap. We can use the Nmap program to do what's called a ping sweep. And a ping sweep is basically scanning a network for computers that are online. So we run Nmap with this argument over here, -sn, which is going to just which is not actually going to connect to these machines. It's just going to scan this network to see what is online. So it looks like the machine's not online, so it didn't start up properly. So I'm just going to power down the machine and I'm going to try again. Okay, Let's try powering up the machine again. I seem to be having a lot of weird technical difficulties today. Okay, so it seems to be going now. We're just going to wait until it finishes booting up. Okay, so this is the infected machine. We see that it is at IP address 10.0.2.55. So we're going to be scanning against that port, against that IP address. Let's do it. Okay, so nmap. This is. We're going to run it in very verbose mode. We're going to run it with against all ports. We're going to run it with 4 threads, meaning it's fast but not too fast. And we're going to try to get common scripts and versioning information with this flag right here. -S, capital C, capital V. C for common scripts, capital V for versioning information. So when we scan this machine, we're going to see that there are 2 ports that are apparent to us immediately. So we've got port 22, which usually runs at the SSH service, and port 80, which usually runs a web server. So when we take a look at the versioning information over here, we see that this is running OpenSSH, which is a type of SSH, with version 9.2 P1. That I think is a relatively up-to-date version. And then we have the web server, which is running an Apache web server, version 2.4.57. So that's also relatively up-to-date. So now that we know that there's a web server on this box, we can run the Nikto web app vulnerability scanner. And this web app vulnerability scanner is basically going to tell us if there are any. It's going to give us some basic information about this about the web app, and if it's able to find any low-hanging fruit vulnerabilities, it'll tell us about that too. So in this case, it gives us the information about the server. It tells us that info.php has been detected on the website. And info.php is a page that might give us a lot of important information about the web server if we can access it. So we know that info.php exists on the server. The next thing I want to do is I want to run dirb. So dirb is a web app directory busting tool. And we can use this to see what directory endpoints might be available on this box. So there's index.html, info.php, and server status. So server status is not available. We can't see it because it's code 403. 403 is forbidden, which means that we don't have access to it. But these other 2 pages come back code 200, which means okay, which means we can access index.html and info.php. So before we go and investigate this, we're going to run an additional directory busting tool. So the directory busting tool we're going to run here is called GoBuster. So GoBuster is a more powerful directory busting tool, and we can use this to also figure out if there are different files available on the web server with these different extensions over here that we specify. So zip, txt, js, php, back, xml, html. We're going to scan for as many of these extensions as we can because these 2 machines are on the same network. There's very little latency between them, so we can run even complicated scans like this at a relatively quick rate. So what we're going to do is we're going to scan for all these endpoints with this word list file over here, which is called the directory list 2.3 medium. And when you're doing directory busting, it's important to use a good word list. A good word list is going to have all of the common directory names inside of it, and the directory list 2.3 medium is pretty much a go-to one when we do exercises like this. So we're just going to run this, and we're going to look for different files and endpoints and directories. In the meantime, we can actually navigate to the website and see what's going on over there. So let's navigate over to there. HTTP 10.02.55. And we see here this is an Apache 2 Debian default page. So this is an indication that there's no actual website here, because if there was an actual website here, then we would see the landing page for the website. Instead, we see this default page, which means that there's no website here. We could take a look at the HTTP source by doing Control-U and seeing if there's and take a look and see if there's anything important inside the source code. Most of the time on these default pages, there's nothing important to look at. Another thing that that we can look at is the other endpoint that we found. So the other endpoint that we found is this info.php page, and we can just directly navigate over there by doing the default IP address /info.php. So this is the PHP info page. This is a page that exists on all. Well, it doesn't. Okay, so if there's PHP installed on the web app, there might be this PHP info page that gives you all the configuration information about the PHP installation. So this tells you all sorts of interesting stuff, and it could be a vector for getting important information about how to further exploit the system if there's some very insecure stuff that's posted here. So for example, we could see that this is a Linux system. It tells us here. It also tells us where these PHP files are located in these directories. And occasionally, you can find out user information, because there might be user information posted over here. So user and group. This is the www-data user, and I'm not too sure how this is super relevant. So keep in mind, I haven't looked at this particular exercise before. So I have looked at this a little bit, but I haven't solved this challenge, so I'm not too sure where to go next. So one thing that is in this output is it tells us the version of PHP that's running. And I think the last time I looked at this, I took note of this version of PHP, and I tried looking and seeing if there was any sort of exploits associated with it. So over here, we can search for this. PHP version 8.2.7. I'm going to look for an exploit, and I'm going to look for something on GitHub. So we see that there might be some exploits associated with this software version. So let's take a look at this page over here. So it gives us a CVE that's associated with this vulnerability. So exploiting PHP CGI argument injection vulnerability to obtain RCE, which is remote code execution on a vulnerable PHP version running in a Windows environment. So I'm not too sure if this applies to us because we're not working inside a Windows environment. But we could try it. It says affected so the important thing is here. So affected versions. The vulnerability affects all versions of PHP installed on the Windows operating system. So maybe we don't qualify because it says Windows operating system when we know that this is not running on Windows. So let's look for another exploit. So PHP versions, there's another GitHub repository with these exploits for PHP versions 8.1 before 8.129, before 8.2.20. I think this version of PHP qualifies because we're looking at 8.2.7. So it says here that if the system is set up to use certain code pages, Windows. Okay, so this is Windows, which means that this probably doesn't apply to us. Maybe this is not the way to go, because this is all talking about Windows and we're dealing with Linux. So we could do search exploit, and we could look for PHP 8.2, I think it was. Laughin' on Twitch says, "Yo, what's up? Hope you're having a good time so far." Well, we've been having a time. I'm just hacking against this box. I haven't been able to find a way in. So just in case, Laughin', just in case you were wondering, we're doing this exercise right over here. If you want to participate with us, all you need to do is download the box and put it on your network. This is another great challenge where it's nothing but port 22 and port 80. And if you're not able to figure out what's going on the web server, then too bad. So, anyways, let's continue our enumeration. So we found PHP 8.2.7, I think it was. And I'm wondering, name a more iconic pair than 22 and 80. I cannot. But let's do a fun video redeem. Even if we get stuck, we can redeem, I don't know, the Northern Flicker, which is my favorite woodpecker. So if you're wondering what a Northern Flicker is, it's this bird right here. So this guy lives around here, well, around where I am, and you hear them all the time, and they're just gorgeous little birds. And you can actually see that they've got this really long tongue over here, which they use to eat ants. And you can usually find them on the ground pecking at ant hills. Anyways, you can tell which ones are the males and which ones are the females because the males have this great little mustache over here. So the mustache is going to be either red or black. Laughin' says, "Man, I thought my cats were making that sound." I don't think they make that sound, but these woodpeckers do. Alright, so let's continue on with our enumeration of the PHP server. So we've got 8.2, PHP 8.2. I don't see PHP 8.2. I see PHP nuke, but I don't see PHP 8.2. Okay. So, what does this mean? So we have access to this PHP info page, and that's where I got the version from. And we have all this information here, so there might be something inside the PHP info page. And one thing that I've really wondered over the years is which information we really need to pay attention to when we get access to these PHP info pages. Because occasionally you will get access to them, and sometimes the information inside these PHP info pages is going to make or break whether or not you can get into the server. So what I'm going to do, I think I'm going to look on Hacktricks, and I'm going to see if it has an article on info PHP. Okay, so nothing about the PHP info in particular. PHP web shells, basic info. Let me just do a quick search. PHP info pen testing. Okay, LFI to RCE via PHP info Hacktricks. Oh, okay. So we need an LFI vulnerability, a page where PHP info is displayed, and the server is able. Well, let's take a look at this. Okay, to exploit this vulnerability, you need an LFI vulnerability, a page where PHP info is displayed, file uploads equals on, and if we file uploads, so we're going to search for this. File uploads. File uploads is on. Okay. And the server has to be able to write in the temp directory. The server has to be able to write in the temp directory. Can we look this up? Okay, let's look up the /tmp. Okay, so I don't know whether or not we can actually write in the temp directory, but we can try this nonetheless. Okay, so we have tutorial hack the box. Hack the box, okay. So you need to fix the exploit. To do so, you can If uploads are allowed in PHP and you're trying to upload a file, this file is stored in a temporal directory until the server has finished processing the request. Then the temporary file is deleted. Then if you found an LFI vulnerability on the web server, you can try to guess the name of the temporary file created and exploit in RCE, accessing the temporary file before it is deleted. PHP uses a buffer of this many bytes, and when it's full, it is sent to the client. Then the client can send a lot of big requests, uploading a PHP reverse shell. Let's see, Laffin says, if PHP, I assumed you've checked the Apache version. So, PHP, yeah, so let me, I think it might tell us inside the PHP. So, we've got Apache here. Let's see if it tells us anything more about the Apache. So we've got Apache 2.4.57. I guess I could also search for this. I don't think this is a vulnerable version of Apache, but I guess we could look anyways, just in case. So search exploit that. So 2457. So remote code execution. What version of PHP is this? This is 2.5.27, I think. This is 5.27. So this is not the version that is. I don't think this is a vulnerable version. I could search Google real quick. So let's see. Apache 8.3 high vulnerability and Apache under. So 8.3. I guess this could qualify. Okay. Well, let's take a look at that GitHub page. The following vulnerabilities are found on Apache 2.4.57, which is used in PHP 8.2 Apache and PHP 8.3 Apache. Please update to Apache 2.4.58. Okay, so let's take a look at these CVEs. Out of bounds read vulnerability, okay. Out of bounds read vulnerability. Let's take a look at the other two. An attacker opening a connection, able to block handling of that connection indefinitely in Apache HTTP server. So this sounds like a denial of service attack. So this is not what we're looking for, because we're looking for some sort of remote code execution. And the last one is this is also a denial of service. So this is not what we're looking for either. At least I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, we're all looking for stuff. It doesn't matter that everything doesn't have to be a hit. It's fine. But So the other thing I wanted to, every time I see a page like this, I think that remote file inclusion or local file inclusion could be on the system. So we're still talking about this over here. So there's a Python script to try to brute force the name. We could try this, because we do know that file uploads is on. We don't know if the server is able to write to the temp directory or not. Laughin says, just thought it might be quicker win than exploiting PHP directly. Yeah, no problem. No problem. It's we just have to do a lot of looking around. This is what we do as as security testers. It's fine. But let's take a look at this Python script. Oh, this is just a Python script. Okay. Let's take a look at it inside of a text editor. Hold on. I don't want to use more than one of these. In the downloads directory, we've got our php info lfi.py. So let's take a look inside that file. I think the Hacktricks article also said that we need to fix We need to fix the script before we run it. First of all, is this Python 2 or Python 3? So the easiest way to figure out whether or not we're dealing with Python 2 or Python 3 is to take a look at any print statement. It looks like there's no print statements in here. Oh, this is Python 2. We can tell this is Python 2 because the print statements look like this. We can run Python 2. That's fine because Kali Linux has Python 2 installed. But that's an interesting thing to keep track of. Let's get out of here. You need to fix the exploit. To do so, you can do this command over here. Okay, let's try that. First of all, let's get this out of the downloads directory. So we're just going to move it, and we're going to move it into the temp directory. Okay. Let's get rid of this other exploit that I was looking at earlier. So it says you need to fix the exploit. You can do so by doing this. Okay. And let's run that command. Okay. You have to change the payload at the beginning of the exploit. For a PHP rev shell, for example, the rec1, this should point to the PHP info page and should have the padding included. You have to change the payload at the beginning of the exploit. The rec1 and the LFI rec. So I need to change the payload, the rec1, and the LFI rec. All right, let's take a look at the file one more time. So we've got rec1, the payload. Payload is here. Man, this definitely looks different from Python 3. Actually, no. Does it look different from Python 3? Some of it does. Okay, so we need to change the payload, the rec1, and the LFI rec over here. I'm not sure if this is actually what is going to if this is actually what we need to do. But let's see. Okay, well, we can change the payload over here, rec1 and LFI rec. Let's take a look at a tutorial. Tutorial from Hack the Box. If anybody doesn't want to be spoiled for Hack the Box, you don't need to watch this. I love advertisements. Show us all of the ads. No, thank you. Can we skip our ad yet? Nope, it's exactly 15 seconds long. Okay, so this is called Hack the Box Poison. So if you don't want to be spoiled for this Hack the Box machine, you don't need to watch. So let's see if we can we make this bigger? So what I want to do is, I want there to, I want to see an example of the Python script in action and exactly what we need to modify. So this is a video from IppSec, and IppSec is a legend as far as hacking CTF boxes is concerned. And let me just grab IppSec's YouTube channel. I'm sure most of the people who are interested in hacking CTF boxes knows about IppSec, but let me grab his channel just in case anybody was interested in taking a look. So you can find it over here. Okay, so maybe IppSec is not using the script. Oh, he is using the script. Okay, let me see if I can skip around to where he's actually dealing with the script. Okay, and then he starts editing the script over here. Okay, I need to see this in better quality. Okay, that's much better. So this is the same script that we're looking at right now, and he's setting a payload. So let's see what IppSec sets the payload to. Wait, that was very fast. I need to. So he's looking up PHP reverse shells right here. And then he's just going to grab all this code. Okay. And then he's going to paste it in. He just pastes it in like that? Wow. He changes out the IP address and the port. Okay. Man, this is really messy looking. He's changing out the rec1. Rec1 is phpinfo.php. Okay, he's changing out the LFI rec. Ooh, let me take a look at what was in. LFI rec, for some reason, is this browse.php. Okay, well, let's see if we can start copying some of that. So over here, we've got our payload, and the payload over here is, well, we're going to get a PHP reverse shell. So the PHP reverse shell that I like to use is the one from Pentest Monkey, and Pentest Monkey PHP reverse shell. I've used this a lot. And if you're interested in this as well, you can access it over here. But I'm going to grab that code, and then I'm going to paste it into the payload over here. So the payload over here is between here and here. So I'm just going to delete all this, and then I'm going to paste in the PHP code. Lappin says that one is built into Kali, by the way. I think it's in. Oh yeah. I think it is built into Kali. So I think we can just adjust the IP and port. So this is going to be my attacker IP, and the port is going to be 443, which is what I prefer. Just for fun, I'm going to start up my netcat listener on 443. Okay, so the payload is done. The next thing I need to adjust is the rec1. So it's post php info.php. I think this one is just called info.php. Let me take a look. So this page is just info.php. And then we need to adjust the rec, LFI rec. LFI get rec is get lfi.php. Jay on YouTube says, "What's up? What's up, Jay? How are you doing? Let's give you a hack the planet, just because we haven't done it in a while."
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again.
We're just trying to get this exploit script up and running. I don't know if it's going to actually work. This is the first time I've tried this particular script, but apparently there are a lot of PHP info pages that are vulnerable to local file inclusion, remote file inclusion. Anyways, let's LFI rec. So we were taking a look at an IPsec video, and we were trying to see how IPsec was doing it. So he's got LFI rec sent to browse.php. So I'm not sure if there's a browse.php endpoint on that particular challenge. So we're taking a look at hack the box poison. So let's open scripts, open services. So we've got browse.php. Huh. I wonder if he's using some... Jay says, "Cool, I'll sit back and watch. I've got insomnia watching from the UK." Well, welcome from the UK. Are you in England, Wales, Northern Ireland, or Scotland? Because those are the countries that make up the UK. I myself I'm Canadian, so I don't know very much about. I don't actually know very much about the UK. But welcome. You're welcome to watch. Do you work in cybersecurity, or you're a student in cybersecurity? Do you work in tech? And I'm just wondering why IPsec is using browse.php in this case. I think I need to go back further to where he first starts interacting with the Just a hobby of yours. Okay, that's great. So I think he's using some specialized tool. Or is this just... I wonder what this tool is. Laughin says, since you're Canadian, what's your favorite NHL team? I live in Vancouver, so I have to say Canucks. Because if I don't say Canucks, then people are going to get really mad at me. But either way, I don't actually care too much about hockey. But I just have to say that I'm a Canucks fan, because otherwise people are going to get mad. So what is this? Laughin says, I respect it, Nucks have the best meme pages on Instagram. If you say so. So info.php works. Temporary website to test local PHP scripts. This is weird. Listfiles.php. So I'm just wondering how he got that browse.php. Flipsnets is now a HackerFrog. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Flipsnets. Let's see. So we're just what are we doing right now? We're watching IppSec solve a box that might have the same vulnerability that we have. So what is this? Info.php. Listfiles.php. I wonder... Man, I'm not sure. Okay, so you know what? I'll just set the payload to a random PHP page that's on the box. Flipsnet says, hit the follow button. Then I got hit with 3 ads. We love Twitch. Sorry about that, Flipsnets. Twitch is what Twitch is. If you prefer to watch from YouTube, I'm also streaming from YouTube, and I think there are ads on YouTube streams as well. But it is not as bad as it is on Twitch. Not that I'm encouraging anybody to leave Twitch and go over to YouTube. I'm just saying that I'm streaming on both services. Okay, so let's just try using the info.php page over here. Modify this to suit the LFI script. Okay. So we've got the LFI rec. We've set this. We've also set the rec1 variable over here to info.php, and I think we should be good to go. So I'm just going to save this out. Flipsnet says, the gads don't bother me, just gives the streamer more bread. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that, Flipsnets. Flipsnets, are you a cybersecurity student? Are you in the industry? Are you working in tech? Otherwise, so php info lfi.py. So let's try running that. Python 2 php info lfi.py. Do we need to supply more information to this? So we need to supply a host, a port, and threads. So we have a port, we have a host, so it's 10.2.55, 56, it's 55. Optionally, we supply a port, it's on port 80. I guess we can supply a port, it's port 80, threads. I don't know how many threads to supply. Maybe, let's say 4. Let's see if this runs. Oh, it's running. Flipsnet says, Laughin says, I made 0.01 USD in ad revenue on my last stream. I guess you can say I'm in the big time now. Yeah, we're probably in the same ballpark. Flipsnet says ex-ethical hacker. When you say ex-ethical, do you mean that you're not ethical anymore, or do you mean that you're not a hacker anymore? Or do you... because that could mean a couple of different things. Okay, so maybe this is not the way. Maybe this is not the way to do it. If it is the way to do it, I'm not sure. Okay, so but let's take a look at the. Let's just do. Let's just take a look at the rest of the video and see what it actually looks like when it runs properly. Flipsnet says either or maybe both. Okay. And let me ask you, Flipsnets, do you do CTF challenges? Are you on Hack the Box or Try Hack Me or some other service? Because we're hacking against a little website called VulNyx right now. It's a site that's similar to VulnHub, but it's a more modern version of it because the VulnHub interface is garbage. Flipsnet says, ex-hacker, lol, I stopped, but I was like, maybe I should go back and relearn and get back into that stuff. Oh, so may I ask what years you were doing hacking stuff? Were you doing hacking stuff like, way back in the 2000s or in the 90s or something? Spawning worker pool. Flipnet says, bruh, I ain't even got a PC anymore or a laptop, just mobile devices now. Okay. Well, I mean, you could definitely get back into this hacking stuff. Let's see. It's spawning the worker pool. And then he gets a reverse shell connection. Okay, so maybe this is not the way in. But everybody, if you are interested in doing hacking, especially on Hack the Box, then IPSEC's channel is really good for looking up solutions for these boxes. Flipsnet says, let's see, 2016 to 2021, 2022. Okay, so relatively recent. You must have been around when Shell Shock was discovered, because Shell Shock was discovered, I think it was in 2014, and it was like it was everywhere. Well, people were talking about it everywhere. If we go over to Wikipedia, and then we look up Shell Shock, yeah, it was discovered back in 2014, and everybody was going super crazy over it. You know what? You were around when Eternal Blue was discovered. Or actually, Eternal Blue was leaked out. So this was back in 2017. So you probably saw a lot of Eternal Blue. You saw people talk a lot about Eternal Blue, and you probably saw people talk a lot about Shell Shock. But I got into cybersecurity back in 2020, so this was already kind of old by the time I got into this. But anyways, Laughin says, "Good thing we don't see Eternal Blue anymore." Well, if the companies are actually responsible, then you probably won't see it. But who knows? Same thing with Shell Shock. If you've updated your Linux in the last 10 years, then you don't have Shell Shock anymore. But if you haven't updated your Linux in 10 years, then you might still have Shell Shock. But yeah, so this. So this is the gold mine over here, the PHP info page. I haven't been able to find exactly what is on this PHP info page that we can use to exploit the server yet. Flipsnet says, I stopped because of many reasons, but also my short-term memory needed upgrades, so I upgraded it, and now I'm ready to relearn. Yeah, alright. What kind of stuff were you hacking when you were hacking? May I ask? So let's see. So how could we test this for local file inclusion? So I always like to test these info pages for local file inclusion. So you've got so we would do some sort of payload like this, etc. password, but obviously this is not the way. Flipsnet says, "Oh, anything I wanted or could not even, anything I wanted or could not even, or anything I wanted or could, not even gonna lie." Okay, okay. Yeah. So if you wanted to, let me show you. Let me show you a great place to start. If you wanted to get into the hacking learning stuff, it's Hack the Box. HackTheBox.com. So this is the website that a lot of people use. But I'm a hipster, so I like to use websites like VulNyx over here. And VulNyx is all machines that you can download yourself. This is actually what I prefer, because if you go over to VulNyx, and you download the virtual machines over here, you can just deploy them on your own network. And because you're deploying these machines on your own network, first of all, the latency is virtually there's very low latency, so you're able to run your scans super quick. And also, you don't have to worry about sharing the machine with a bunch of other people, and because you're just putting the machine on your own VM network. And that's why I like VulNyx, and it's awesome. Otherwise, a lot of people also use TryHackMe. SD8 on Twitch. Hello, I think this is this your first is your first message over here? Anyways, let's give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
SD8 says, does VulNyx only have Linux boxes? Yep, I watch. Oh, you usually watch on YouTube. Okay. All right. So yeah, well, VulNyx has Windows boxes, not very many. So if we can filter by all of the Windows boxes. They only have 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These two are not even Windows boxes because they're just Eternal Blue and some other common SMB exploit for these two. But they've got these other 3, and you can always take a look at these ones. The problem with these, with doing Windows virtual machines, is that Windows virtual machines are usually really big. So these ones are like 6 gigabytes or 4 gigabytes, 5 gigabytes, and they also eat up a lot of RAM. They eat up a lot of RAM on your local host. So that's just the consideration for putting Windows virtual machines on your network. Each Windows, I mean, if you want to run a Windows virtual machine on your network, just like a regular one that you're going to use, for actual computing, it's probably going to eat up like 16 to 24 gigabytes of RAM all by itself. Flipsmet says, yeah, I used to run anything I could. Like literally, even on mobile devices, I used to run Termux and get places and do things. Okay. But yeah, well, I mean, mostly what we try to do over on this channel is we like to do like little little network CTF challenges like the ones over here. But I'm not great at this. I can only ever do the easy machines on these on these sites. So the easiest ones over here are called low levels. But anyways. So we've got PHP. Wait. So Flipsnets, you're did you say that you were English? Oh no, that was Jay. Sorry about that. But yeah, okay. So what I want to do is I want to try fuzzing this page to see if I can get local file inclusion. And I think that the tool that we want to use is FFUF. And let me just look up how to do that. Let's see. FFUF cheat sheet. So FFUF, this is for fuzzing. Okay. Let's see if we can do this. So FFUF path to word list, HTTP target fuzz. Great. So this is 10.02.55, and this is info.php. We're trying to fuzz for a parameter. Fuzz equals ... all this stuff, etc. password. Flipsnet says, "No habla inglés, habla español." Flipsnets, are you from a Spanish-speaking country, by any chance? Or if not, are you from a Spanish-speaking family? I guess is what I want to ask. Let's see. So let's search for locate parameters. Actually, wait. Maybe I can find something online. So let's look for PHP parameters LFI word list. Fuzz LFI parameters list. Okay, great. Flipsnet says neither. Very enigmatic. Okay. So let's grab this word list. And let's turn it into a file. We're going to call it parameters.txt. Paste in all the parameters over here. And we're going to save this over here. Great. So we're going to fuzz with this word list. /parameters.txt. Okay, so let's see if we can get a result that's going to give us local file inclusion. Flipsnet says just bilingual. I guess you studied hard in school then. So these response. Wait, I think there was one that was way bigger than the other one. Hold on. Let me just start scrolling around. Oh no, this was not a... So what are we looking for? We're looking for a response size that is very different from the typical one. The problem is, let's save this out. So we're going to save this to LFI out.txt. Okay. Kedar Impresionada. I don't. Sorry, I don't speak Spanish. I speak a couple of different languages. Spanish is not one of them. Not that there's anything wrong with speaking Spanish. But let's see if we can grep out the size responses we don't like. So I see grep v 114903, and then grep v 114883. If anybody has a better way of doing this, please let me know. What languages do I speak? Well, I speak a bunch of different East Asian languages. So I speak a little bit of Korean, a little bit of conversational Japanese, conversational Cantonese, and Mandarin. And yeah, that's those are my extra languages. So if anybody has a better way of eliminating the results over here, please let us know. Actually, maybe we should get rid of the ones that have a set number of lines instead. So get rid of the 1380 ones. Oh, okay. That gets rid of all of them. Or get rid of the 5519 for the words. Yep. Okay, we don't have any... Man, we don't have any good... we didn't find some LFI over here. Nope. So the last resort would be, well, I mean, I don't want to go to the last resort. So the last resort would be doing something like scanning for UDP. So doing a Nmap UDP scan. And Nmap UDP scans usually have to be run as root, so I'm just going to switch over to root. Flipset says, crazy, I've always wanted to learn Japanese and Korean, but I've always been too lazy to try. Japanese and Korean are very similar as far as grammar is concerned. So if you're a native speaker of Japanese, you find it a lot easier to learn Korean and vice versa, because the grammar structure is nearly identical. Let's see. Okay, so let's do an Nmap scan. Nmap, we're going to scan UDP on this IP address. We're going to scan the top ports. The top, let's say 200 top port. And we'll see if anything comes back. But yeah, Japanese, I mean, there are a lot of people out there who learn Japanese because, you know, they were super interested in, you know, like Japanese pop culture. I was one of those people, and I also went to teach English in Japan for a couple of years as well with the JET program. If you've heard of that program or not, if you've heard of that program rather. But let's search for that. Not too sure. If anybody has a suggestion, I could always go over to the PHP info page and start going through this with a fine-tooth comb. What I would do is just go over to right before the PHP credits. Oh, wait. Is there extra stuff after the credits? That's weird. Yeah, so the credits are over here, and then there's extra information in here. Oh, okay. I'm going to grab all this, and then I'm going to feed this into ChatGPT and see if it can give us anything super suspicious about this output. Okay, so just copy this. Flipsnet says, "Ooh, and you didn't bring me along. How dare you?" Well, I mean, it was a pretty good time. It was a pretty good time. Teaching English in Japan was not super difficult. You mostly act as a human parrot to read out the whatever's in the textbook to the kids, or whatever the teacher wants you to read out to the students. It's mostly it's not a very difficult job, despite what people might tell you. Some people might say that it's really hard. The application process is a bit much. A lot of people, you mostly have to convince the people who are interviewing you that you're super interested in Japan. I guess a lot of people are, especially when they're young. But anyways, what important info is there in this PHP info page output? Laughin says, "My wife wants to do that. She has an N5 in Japanese and is super interested." Oh, okay. Yeah, N5. The big question is whether or not you would be willing to move to Japan with your wife for her to do that, because it's not. It'd be kind of a pain in the butt to have your wife leave for a couple of years to go to Japan. Ideally, you want to go with her. Are you okay with living in Japan? I mean, Japan. There's a lot of good things about Japan, but there are some things about the culture over there that might turn people off, depending on where you're from and what your values are. So Apache version, PHP version, loaded Apache modules, sensitive PHP information. Allow URL fopen is enabled, allowing remote files to be accessed through functions like file get contents. So there could be a remote file inclusion on the system. Display errors. So paths indicate which session and temporary files are stored, which could be useful if you have file system access. Document root. PHP extensions. This information can guide further investigation, such as looking for potential exploitation of mod backdoor, or testing for LFI or remote file inclusion based on allow URL fopen setting. So, how could we test for LFI or RFI on this web server? Identify potential vulnerable parameters. Okay, so the parameter file is likely to be used for including files. Okay. Server, right? So remote file inclusion would be file equals attacker.com maliciousfile.php. Okay, well, you can test with a URL pointed to a malicious PHP script hosted on your own controlled server. Okay? Check for PHP wrappers. Sometimes PHP allows using wrappers like HTTP or FTP to include remote files. Shell.php. In your PHP info output, this is shown as off, which means RFI should be disabled. Oh, it should be disabled. Allow URL include. Let me take a look. Allow URL include. So fopen is on, but allow URL include is off. So remote file inclusion should not be available. But local file inclusion could be enabled. Dang. Okay, so based on the PHP info output, could the server be vulnerable to either LFI, RFI, or both? Okay, so allow URL fopen is off, so remote file inclusion should not be possible. Okay. Allow URL include is off. Open base dir. This limits PHP's file access to the var www HTML directory. This means that any attempt to include files from outside this directory will be blocked. This is a good security measure against LFI as it restricts which files can be included. Display errors is off. This fully So LFI is still possible with the restrictions on the open base dir. The attacker would only be able to include files within this directory or subdirectories. If there are any sensitive files in the web root or other accessible directories, LFI could still be exploited. Path traversal could still work within the allowed directory. Okay. So there are some protections in place against local file inclusion, which means that it could be that local file inclusion and remote file inclusion are both not available on the system. I should probably take a closer look at the if I just stare at this at these file contents for long enough, eventually something should come, right? Maybe not. Okay, so maybe we should check up on our... Okay, so we scanned against the UDP ports on the target, against the top 200 UDP ports, and we found the only thing that was open was the DHCP service, which means that this is probably not the way in. Oh man, okay. Man, I am running out of things to test. So let's go back to the Kali user, and let's run the GoBuster again. So this time we're going to look for some extra extensions. So zip, txt, js, php, back, xml, html. Let's look for JSON and what other extensions could we look for? JPEGs, we could look for GIFs, we could look for PNGs. If anybody has some file extensions that they'd like to toss in there, go ahead and let me know. Infected. What are some extensions for? So maybe exe files. So the name of the challenge over here is called infected. So the system might be infected with some sort of virus. You know what? Maybe I should ask what file extensions are associated with malware? Because the name of the challenge is infected, so there might be .exe, .com, .bat, .cmd, .msi, .exe combat cmd. So it doesn't make too much sense because this is a Linux box and most of these are for Windows. Oh, how about PDF? There might be PDFs on so PDF VBS JS jar, okay. There might be some jar files. Jar doc RTF zip rar 7z tar 7z. What else could there be? tar.gz, tar.gz. Okay, so I think we've got the rest of these. XML. Flipsnet says, not gonna lie, it's 9:17 where I am right now and I keep nodding off. Probably gonna get some sleep. I'll stay in here so you can get extra view. Don't worry, I got you. Hope you have a good stream, homie. Thank you very much, Flipsnets, and I hope you get some good sleep. Let's send you off with go to hack, and by go to hack I mean go to sleep.
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Carl.
Yes.
You hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
Hope you have a great day, or have a great night, Flipsnets. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's see. ISO, APK. Let's see, MSI. All right, so let's try the following extensions and see if we can find anything. We've tried looking for all sorts of stuff. Oh wait, we don't want to do big. We want to do medium. And this is the correct. Okay, so it's really important that you do directory busting for the right file extensions. Otherwise there could be something you're completely missing. So this is going to run for a while. We're just going to let it do its thing. Suspicious double extensions. Let's go back. Okay, so let's look for var www. That's the document root right there. HTML info.php. Varlib. Wait, what? Variable request file get file. This looks. It looks like I've injected into here. What is this? I want to ask ChatGPT about this. I found the, let's see. What can you tell me about this PHP info output? Okay, so request file and get file. Both request file and get file show an attempt to access a system file. This is a path traversal attempt. Okay, so this is to go up in the directory, attempt to access files outside of the web server's root directory. This specific file seems to be a typo. Wait, did I do a typo? I might have done a typo. Yeah, okay. Let's yeah, I typoed. Okay, well, let me search for // query string request URI. So this is actually shown in the output. Okay. So if the web application does not properly sanitize file parameter and allows the users to specify arbitrary file paths, this could lead to local file intrusion vulnerabilities. With LFI, an attacker could potentially access sensitive files. Okay. Server HTTP host, great. By restricting the file parameter to specific directories. Okay, so it looks like the file is the parameter that we need to target. So I think what I need to do is I need to run a more sophisticated local file inclusion fuzzing tool. So I think, let's see. So I think there was a tool called LFI map on GitHub. Discover local file inclusion discovery and exploitation tool. So let's try running this. So attack with different modules, great, sounds good. Let's okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this GitHub repository so we can try this tool out. And we're going to do git clone. So over here, we're going to git clone this. We're going to, so this is LFI map, great. What are the requirements? Okay, I think most of these are, I think all of these are installed already. Okay, so I think the script we're looking for over here is lfimap.py. So let's just try running it. So you have to use UF or R. Maybe we can go back to the website and see how we run this tool. So U specifies single URL to test. Specify word list of URLs to test. Okay, so we need to use the -u. So that would be LFI map -u, and it would be HTTP 0255 info.php. Okay, so let's see if this is all we need, or if we need something else. No arguments to test. Okay, what do we need to supply as arguments? we need to, so these are cookies, form data, attack technique, input wrapper, data wrapper, attack using remote file inclusion, command injection, payload options. Utilize all supported attack modules with A. So we need to... okay, so we need to get a parameter. File equals A. Is that what we do? Testing get file parameter. Get file parameter doesn't seem to be vulnerable. Request sent, vulnerability sound, parameters tested. The get file parameter doesn't seem to be vulnerable. So is there a way to test different parameters? Okay, so let's check in on our... So we weren't able to find anything, any file extensions over here. Dang. Is there something super simple that I didn't catch? Okay, let's search for parameters. Specification of parameters to test. Utilize all supported attack modules with A. Param equals test me. Param equals test me. Nope. Over here. So parameters was tested. Ah, darn. Okay. Can we use filter input? FURL. So this tool is still in development, I guess, but it was updated as recently as last month. Okay, so LFI map. Well, it's interesting. Man, I'm starting to get really tired. I think let's see. Let's see if there's anybody from the InfoSec community streaming right now. Oh, there's Cerberus DedSec. Cerberus DedSec is a great reverse engineer. They're usually taking a look at different malware samples And if you're interested in learning about malware reverse engineering, then that's the channel you probably want to look at. So they're streaming right now, but before we end today's stream, let's do one last Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in the...
Okay, so we're going to be back on Friday. So Friday we're going to be doing another box. We're probably not going to be taking a look at this box, but we're going to be doing another box from VulNyx, and I think let's take a look at which box is next. So the next box is going to be the agent box. So we're going to be taking a look at this box next time on Friday. Hope to see you there. And we're going to raid into Cerberus DedSec. When you get into their channel, please type the following raid message: hip hop hack with the OS frog, just like this. Hope you had fun, everybody, and have a great rest of the week. We will see you next time. Raid Cerberus DedSec. Hope you have a great time over there, and we'll see you next time.